Hit it big for me, your man, Louie T. Welcome to the Command Post Live. You know what it is. Post up and take command. I, of course, am your host, Louie T. Thank you for joining me, or as I like to say, Commander-in-Chief. Tonight, it's all about the offense. Now, again, if you guys want to talk defense, I'm more than happy and welcome to talk defense, but my emphasis and focus is really primarily going to be on the offensive side of the football, because to me, if we want to take a massive step in the right direction as a football team, as an organization, it's really going to happen on the offensive side of the football. I feel like we have the coordinator to get us up to speed, and now we have the players, and we didn't always have the players to put us in the category of the Green Bays and the Tampa Bays and the Dallases of the world. But I feel like we're in a position now to be one of those top tier NFL offenses. And as we know in this league, yeah, you got to be able to play defense. And we can sit here and talk about offense. Offense is cute. It's fun to watch. It puts butts in seats. All of those good things, but you still got to be able to play some level of defense if you want to hoist the Lombardi, which is ultimately what we want as fans. You know, it's cool to make the playoffs. We keep talking about making the playoffs and want to win a playoff game because we know we got to take baby steps. It's rare that you do what Cincinnati did. And generally, when you do what Cincinnati did, you don't win a Super Bowl. Arizona Cardinals did that once upon a time when they came out of nowhere with Kurt Warner, made it all the way to the Super Bowl after being a downtrodden franchise. They never made it back to the Super Bowl. Okay, it was a one-off. Yeah, they made it to the playoffs a couple of times, but they never ever threatened to really make it to the Super Bowl again until they had Carson Palmer, and then they got smoked in that NFC Championship game against the Panthers back in 2015. Like I said, it was more of a one-off back in 2009. Okay, Jacksonville Jaguars, out of nowhere, makes it all the way to the AFC Championship game. They've never been to the playoffs again since 2017 when they made the run all the way to the AFC Championship game. I'm not looking to be a one-off where you come out of nowhere. Cincinnati, I don't think they're going to be a one-off because they have Joe Burrow at quarterback. But they came out of nowhere. They went from being the worst team in their division to the best team in their division and all the way to the AFC Championship game, Super Bowl. But they didn't win. None of those teams won. The Cardinals back in 2009 or 2008 didn't win. The Jaguars didn't make it to the Super Bowl, but the Bengals didn't win the Super Bowl either. However, what those three teams have in common is that they were elite on some side of the football. Jacksonville was an elite defensive group. And honestly, the reason they made it to the AFC Championship game wasn't because of their defense. It was because of their offense, wildly enough, right? Remember, they had to go to Pittsburgh, and I think they outscored the Steelers and scored 42 points and beat them like 42-33 or some craziness like that. Like, we didn't even know the Jaguars were capable of doing that. But that's what it took. That's what they had to do, and that's what they did. So after, I think, beating Buffalo like 10-6 the week prior at home, anyway, I digress. The moral of the story is you have to be elite offensively, or at least good offense. You don't have to be elite. You just be good, but there are certain things you need to be able to do well. In my mind, like there are a lot of stats people like to take a look at, and there are a lot of numbers people like to throw out there. This guy ranked here in air yards per attempt on grass at 1 o'clock. That's fantasy football stuff. All right. And, a lot of y'all like to subscribe to the PFF method of, methodology of stats and what they mean, this, that, and the third. That's cool. I'm not going to bash you for that. If that's your preference, knock yourself out. There are certain numbers that I look at, and I think they're impactful, they're influential, and I think they really determine the outcome of, seasons and really put teams in a position to succeed. And we haven't been good enough in a number of different categories. And honestly, if the defense is where they were last year, it's going to be a struggle. But against the teams that we're playing against this year, the assumption is that the defense is going to be better just off the strength of playing teams that aren't as good and don't have upper tier quarterbacks. I mean, we've stated that already. Then you add into the fact that the offense is supposed to be better, which is going to put the defense at ease, not have them be on the field constantly. Those things all help. They all go hand in hand. We talk about complementary football all the time. However, here's the thing that I think the defense can do to help the offense out a little bit more. Not just getting off the field on third downs, which they weren't great at last season, okay? Especially early in the year. It was ridiculous. We all remember the first game of the season, the Chargers were 14 of 18 on third down, and technically speaking, they were 14 of 17 because they ended up kneeling on the final third down of the game to run out the clock. So technically speaking, they were 14 of 17, or 14 of 16, I think, something egregious like that. It was ridiculous is what it was. It was ridiculous. The Bills, the following week or, 2 weeks later, I think the Bills were something like 8 of 12. And the week prior, the Giants absolutely murdered us offensively. If you remember that game, the Giants had their way with us offensively, moving the ball up and down the field, especially in I want to say in the first half. Might have been the second half. I don't think the Giants punted in the second half of the game. It just so happened that, we were able to get stops when we needed to, force them to kick field goals. They had a drop touchdown, a wide open receiver in the end zone. There were so many things that happened that transpired that allowed us to ultimately win the game. The Daniel Jones run for a touchdown was called back due to a block in the back that you could argue was controversial at best. Either way, we couldn't get stops on third down early in the season. Got better as the season progressed, but it was still a problem. You assume that the third down defense would be better, right? That's a safe assumption to make, but you can't say for sure and certain that it will be. But the thing that I feel like the defense can do better is create shorter fields for the offense. They did do that at times last year, not enough though, not nearly enough. And we didn't take advantage of those opportunities. I'm not going to sit here and act as if, the defense didn't produce some opportunities with short fields, but there were too few and far between. And a lot of times when we got turnovers as a defense, it wasn't until that team was in our red zone or approaching our red zone. So in essence, William Jackson III in week 1 caught an interception off of Justin Herbert, but it was at our own 8-yard line. So now we got to go 92 yards in order to, score a touchdown. Yeah, we forced Justin Herbert in that same game to fumble, but it went into our end zone and out of the back of it. And so it's a touchback, and we started at our own 20. You got to go 80 yards for a touchdown. It's like a kickoff, essentially, but except you're starting 5 yards further back. Again, we created turnovers, but they were on the other side of the field, and they weren't short fields, and it still forced our offense to have to put together a lengthy drive. I think the defense can help the offense out by producing shorter fields. And I don't care how you do it. If we have Tressway punt the football and it's fair caught at the 6-yard line, don't let them get a first down. Have them punting from their own end zone, which means we've flipped field position and we're going to get the football more likely than not in plus territory. If it's not, it's hovering around midfield. That helps too. It doesn't always have to be a turnover, but we're not good at getting off the field 3 and out in a situation where we've got the other team's offense pinned back up against their own end zone. We're not great at getting a 3 and out, getting a stop, getting off the field, and getting the football back to the offense. They get 2 first downs, and now they're punting comfortably. They flip field position, and now we're starting at our own 27-yard line. Get off the field on third downs, and also produce some turnovers that put us in plus territory that shortens the field for the offense and puts us in a much better position to score touchdowns. But I want to specifically talk about the offense. Enough of the defense, okay? I want to talk more about the offense tonight because, to me, in order for us to take the leap that we think is capable of happening this year, winning double-digit games, being a threat to make some noise in the postseason, we have to be better offensively. There's no secret there. We were terrible. We were historically bad in 2019, one of the worst offenses in NFL history, statistically, in 2019. We went almost a full month without scoring a touchdown. I mean, that doesn't happen in NFL, in modern day NFL football. That doesn't happen where a team goes almost a full month without putting a touchdown on the scoreboard. No, who does that? Well, we did that in 2019. So we're one of the worst offenses in NFL history. Ron gets here in 2020. I'm not going to hold 2020 against him. He took over a terrible organization, a decrepit roster, and a culture that was absolutely in the toilet. And so there was so much work that had to be done. They had to implement, Scott Turner had to implement his system. Jack Del Rio had to implement his system. There were so many new players, lots of turnover. I'm not going to hold 2020 against them, but we were terrible on offense in 2020. Okay. That's not a secret either. A little bit better than 2019, but guess what? There was nowhere but up to go from 2019. So I'm not patting them on the back for being a little bit better in 2020, but I want to focus in on 2021. Okay. Year 2 of Ron, year 2 of Scott Turner. We had some players that had already been here. Heineke had been in the offense already. Some of the players that were here, Antonio Gibson, Terry McLaurin, Cam Sims, all these guys had already been in the system for multiple years. So there was a little bit of continuity there. The offensive line had been in the system for multiple years. So J.D. McKissick, all of those guys, Logan Thomas, even though he was injured, there was enough of a foundation here with the pieces that had been there the year before that we should have been better. Now, again, the quarterback position is, if you want to tell the story about how an offense is going to fare, you can start first with the quarterback position. If you want to start with the offensive line first, knock yourself out, because that is also a huge part of how successful you're going to be, whether that offensive line is great at opening holes in the run game or they're proficient at pass protecting, or neither. It's going to go a long way in helping determine how good your offense is going to perform. However, we know in this league, this is a quarterback-driven league. And in order to have the type of success that you want to have and have sustained success offensively, because anybody can have an out-of-body experience for one season. I just talked about Jacksonville making it to the AFC Championship game back in 2017. I talked about Arizona making it to the Super Bowl back in 2008. I talked about the Cincinnati Bengals, and I don't think that was an out-of-body experience. That offense is legit. They'll be back. I don't know if they'll be back in the Super Bowl, meaning AFC is wild, but they're going to be around. They're not going to just go away. Cleveland is a great example. In 2020, they make it to the divisional round after having not made the playoffs since, I don't know, 2000 and maybe 8, something like that, maybe 2005, something crazy like that, and having not won a playoff game since I don't know when. Don't ask me. I can't tell you. Might even be the 1980s, 1994, something like that, when Belichick was there. I don't know when the last time they won a playoff game. It had been an eternity, though. So they were good offensively, but they weren't great offensively. And you saw what happened. They took a massive step backwards last year. They didn't make the playoffs, and now they have a whole new quarterback. I said all of that to say this. In today's NFL, in order to have the type of success that you're looking for, sustained success, you have to be able to score the football. There's no way around that, because you can be an elite defense one year and then have injuries. We saw it with San Francisco. They were elite defensively in 2019. One of the best defenses we've probably seen in the last 7 years, probably going all the way back to that 2015 Denver Broncos unit. Probably haven't seen a defense that dominant since the 15 Denver Broncos that won the Super Bowl. We saw that in 19 with the 49ers, and it got them all the way to the Super Bowl along with the dominant run game. Got them all the way to the Super Bowl. Guess what happened the next year? A couple of injuries. Nick Bosa goes down in like week 2 or 3, and some guys in the secondary go down, and all of a sudden your defense stinks, and you're a 6-7 win team the following year. Defense is up and down because anything can happen, but if you've got offensive firepower, if you've got a quarterback, an offensive line, weapons, you can score, you're going to be in the mix every single year. Now, again, it could fluctuate, because if your defense stinks and you're scoring a bunch of points and you're having to beat teams shootout style, you're going to lose a lot of those games. You're going to lose a lot of those games, especially if the opponents are up to the task of outscoring you. However, if you can score points more times than not in this league, you're going to have a chance to win football games. And when you look up at the end of the season and we look in that left-hand column and we start sorting down those bricks, usually you're going to have enough to qualify for bonus football if you can score in this league. Because even if you play elite defense, if you can't score points, this is not the 2000, Ravens, okay? This is not the 2002 Buccaneers where you can have, Sean King at quarterback or Brad Johnson barely getting you through, winning games 13-10, or having Trent Dilfer and trying to win games 10-6. Those days are over with. The new rule changes have set teams up to light the scoreboard up. You're not winning games with that kind of quarterbacking in elite defense anymore. Okay, we classify elite defenses differently. You will never see defenses do what they did in yesteryear. Okay, It'll never happen, not with the way the rules are set up. So you can have an elite defense. It's not going to be enough if you can't score the football. You're going to have to be able to put points on the scoreboard, which is what brings me to tonight's topic, the offense here in Washington. I'm going to give you some numbers and statistics from 2021 that I think are important. I'm going to give you some reference points to show you how far away we are from the elites, where we need to go, where we need to improve. And I'm going to talk about how those improvements can be achieved in the upcoming season, because in order for us to be what we want to ultimately be, which is NFC East champions, hosting a playoff game, winning a playoff game, maybe winning 2 playoff games, playing in the NFC championship game, we're going to have to be hovering around, if not a top 10 offense. And it's not out of the realm of possibility. When you look around the league and you look at what some of these teams are doing, and you look at some of the quarterback play around this league, it's not very hard to find yourself being a top 10 offense if you can do the things that are necessary in this league to sustain consistency throughout 18 weeks of football. You can find yourself being a top 10 offense. We have the quarterback now potentially to do it. And some of you, and I'm included in this conversation, some of you are not 100% sold, and rightfully so. Some of you are already buying your ticket to the Washington playoff game. Now, some of you have already announced that Carson Wentz is back like cook crack, and he's going to dominate the NFC conference again, and more specifically the NFC East, like he never left. We'll see if that's the case or not, but the weapons are here now. Not that hasn't been the case for a long time, really since 2016, when we had Pierre Garçon, we had Deshaun Jackson, and we had a semblance of a dominant pass game. We haven't seen it. We didn't have any run game then. The entire time Kirk Cousins was here, we had no run game at all, which to speak of. But we could throw it around the yard. We haven't had an offense like that since 2016 with Vernon Davis and Jordan Reed and Pierre Garçon and Deshaun Jackson and Jamison Crowder. We haven't had an offense that put fear into the opponent since 16. Even 17, without those two guys, it was really the Chris Thompson show. And a little bit of Vernon Davis, and it wasn't enough. Truth be told, it wasn't enough. So, for me, this is the first time we've had the offensive weaponry to be able to say, hey, if we need to, we can score 37 today. I don't want to be in predicaments where 37 is necessary. But, if you want to win comfortable, something that we don't really do here in Washington. I mean, last year, we had one comfortable victory, one. And it really wasn't all that comfortable. It was against Tampa Bay, 29-19, right? But we were so scared. Like, nobody else is doing this shit in the league. And it was a smart move on the part of Ron Rivera. But we were so scared and timid with our little 10-point lead because I wanted the 30 spot. Remember, I said, it's been 18 years since we scored 30 points. I want the 30 spot. And we had scored 33, I think, earlier in the season against the Giants. Or is it just 30? I think it was 29. It was 30-29. We won that game. Whatever the case may be. I wanted the 30 spot on the Bucs. And instead of kicking the extra point, because we had issues with kicks being blocked earlier in the season and this, that, and the third, he elected to go for 2 and take a knee to preserve a 10-point victory so that if it got blocked and they returned it the other way, that the only way they could come back was if they got 2 points on the extra point because it was blocked, they returned it. That would cut it to an 8-point deficit, and then they could score, go for 2, tie the game up. He didn't want to put us in a position where that could be the case, so he decided to kneel on it. He wasn't wrong. It was the right play, but it was a bitch move. But that's where we were. That's where we are because, and honestly, I can call it what I want it, but at the end of the day, you do what is in the best interest of your team to ensure victory. That ensured we were going to win the game. So I had no problems with it whatsoever. As a fan, selfishly, I wanted 30. But again, that was the most comfortable victory, and that took a Terry McLaurin catch where he got lambasted, where we weren't sure if Terry was still alive. Terry had to get up, beat his chest to let us know, hey, the heart's still pumping. Your man is here, and I'm not going to let y'all down in one of the most critical spots of the game. I got you. So it wasn't even like we were up 17 with 6 minutes to go in the game and we were comfortable. We were nursing a 1-score lead and ended up kicking a field goal. We were up 7-20. What was it? We were up by 3, I think. I think it was 22-19. Something like that. 23. I think it was 23-19. And that's when we scored the touchdown to go up 29-19. And then we decided to take the knee instead of kicking the extra point to make it 30. So it's not like that was a blow. With less than 2 minutes to go, we were nursing a 4-point lead. So it wasn't even a comfortable win until we scored the touchdown. Every other game that we won, we had to make some miraculous stop at the end or kick some kind of field goal to win it. Everything was nip and tuck, down to the wire, fingernail biting time. And that's because you don't score enough points. You find yourself in those predicaments because you don't score enough points. When you score points in this league, there's going to be a game or two throughout the course of the season where you just kick somebody's ass. You got it going offensively that day. You get a couple of turnovers. We had turnover days. Against New Orleans, we forced turnovers. Against the Chiefs, we forced turnovers. There were games where we forced a boatload of turnovers. We just couldn't score any damn points. So those turnovers went in vain. If you're a good offense and you get games where you produce 3 or 4 turnovers, you're going to score 37 that day. And the other team, they're not going to be able to keep pace. And you're going to win that game 37-20. You're going to win it comfortably. When you can't score points, you're going to settle for field goals with those great field position opportunities, or those turnovers are only going to stop that team from producing points, but you're not going to get any points off of them. And next thing you know, you're going to end up finding yourself in a 23-20, 17-15, 24-20 knockdown, drag out slobber knocker, sitting at the edge of your seat, hoping to get a 3rd or 4th down stop at the end of the football game, which is where we found ourselves time and time again last year. If you can put points on the scoreboard, you're going to be able to win football games. That is how it works in this league. We were horrid in 19. We weren't much better in 20. I want to focus on 2021 tonight and how we can improve upon some of the things that we did last season to become a top 10 offense, or at least hovering around top 10, to give us a chance to really be a team to be reckoned with in this league. You got the quarterback in Wentz potentially. You have the weapons now. No excuses. Terry McLaurin, Jahan Dotson, De'Ami Brown, Curtis Samuel, Cam Sims, Logan Thomas when he comes back, Cole Turner at the tight end position as well, John Bates, running back position is loaded, Antonio Gibson, Brian Robinson, J.D. McKissick. There's no excuse. Offensive line is going to be just fine. No excuses why this offense can't be one of the premier offenses in football, why we can't score near 30 points a game, why we can't be at 28.6 points a game, why we can't be at 29.4 points a game, why we can't be at 30.1 points per game. No reason why we can't be one of the upper echelon teams, why we're not having a 63% red zone offensive efficiency clip. Why do we have to be in the bottom third of the league in red zone efficiency? We don't have to be. Why can't we have more explosive touchdowns? Everybody else is scoring from 55 and 62 yards out. Why does every drive have to be a methodical, sluggish, 18-play, 13-play, 11-play, 5-minute and 22-second marathon? Why can't we have a 2-play, 72-yard drive capped off by a 68-yard touchdown strike? Or a screen that goes for 44 yards for a touchdown? Or a running play that pops for 58 in a score? Why can't we have that? Everybody else is doing it. This is the year where we need to start having those things happen. More big plays, more explosive opportunities. Not every drive needs to be 15 plays, 13 plays, 12 plays. Too many things can happen that can go awry, that can curtail a lengthy drive. All it takes is one holding penalty on 2nd and 8. Now it's 2nd and 18, and you get 6 yards on 2nd and 18. Now it's 3rd and 12, and now the drive is potentially over. That's all it takes. All it takes is a batted ball on 3rd and 7, and the drive's over. All it takes is a batted ball on 2nd and 13 after a failed run play on first down or a failed screen on first down. And now it's 3rd and 13, and now you're in trouble and more likely than not going to fall short and have to punt on 4th down. It doesn't take much. A false start penalty on 2nd and 10 after you tried to throw it on first down. Now you got to throw it on 2nd and 15. Can't run it now. That's incomplete too. Now it's 3rd and 15. It doesn't take much to derail a drive. It'd be nice to have a 55-yard touchdown strike. I think those opportunities may be afforded to us in the upcoming season. And I think the weapons are here. I think everything that we need is in place. I think this defense is going to have a chance to produce some shorter fields for us. I think we're in a great spot. And it was good to see those guys working out together. You know, Carson Wentz and Taylor Heineke, Riley and the troops, getting Terry McLaurin, Jahan Dotson, Cam Sims, Antonio Gibson, Dax Milne, and all of those guys out there, Cole Turner, all those guys out there getting some work in. Everybody that I just named, with the exception of Dax Milne, who can still make this football team. You know, don't count Dax Milne out. You know, he can make a huge leap from year 1 to year 2. We still don't know who's returning punts. That's his way onto the roster, if you want to be honest. If he wants to make this football team, the best way he can do that is to return punts and because we can find somebody to return kickoffs. 2/3 of the kickoffs are going to be kneeled down for touchbacks any damn way. So it's not like you got to have a real kickoff return guy. Unless you like somebody, I think it was my guy Juan Gotti, we were talking, he said, unless you got a Cordero Patterson or a Jamal Agnew, you're not running back kickoffs anyway. You know, unless you got one of those elite kickoff return dudes that has the green light to catch it 6 yards deep and bring it out, you're probably not returning a whole bunch of kickoffs any damn way. Let's be honest. But you do need somebody that is capable of breaking off a 12-yard punt return or an 82-yard punt return if the opportunity presents itself. You know, every time DeAndre Carter touched it last year, he could go. We saw it, He was fun to watch. Dax Milne has a chance to make this football team, not because of his prowess as a receiver, but if he can show them that, hey, I can handle these punt return duties, that's his way. Because if he doesn't do it, they're going to give the job, just like they did with DeAndre Carter last year. They're going to give the job to Eric. I don't know why I'm blanking on his name. The return man that we got from Cincinnati, that was with Cincinnati and a couple of other teams. I think Carolina, Green Bay, maybe, I don't remember. But they're going to replace his. They're going to replace his ass on the roster with him because they know Alex Erickson. That's his name. Alex Erickson, not Eric. Alex Erickson. If he doesn't show them he can return punts, that's who's going to be our punt returner. And that will be who occupies that 6th and final wide receiver spot. We're not keeping 7 receivers on the roster. So Dax Milne, if he wants to make this football team, I think the biggest impression he can make, because remember, it wasn't only the fact that DeAndre Carter could return kickoffs and punts last year. It was also the fact that he showed them, hey, I can also be a receiver in a pinch if you need me. And, oh, my God, we needed him a lot last year. Okay, he stepped up in a massive way for us when we had all those injuries at the receiver position. So Dax Milne can definitely make an impact there, but I think where the real impact is going to be is ultimately as a return man. That's what's going to cement his spot on the roster. I think him playing receiver, because we have so many in front of him, that's like a cherry on top. Because honestly, Curtis can play inside in the slot. Jahan can play inside in the slot. Like, it's not like last year where we had literally, 1 or 2 guys that could play inside and Dax Milne was really necessary inside as a slot receiver. That's not the case this year. Last year, Curtis Samuel pretty much was non-existent. So you only had, DeAndre Carter as a slot last year and Adam Humphries, excuse me. So, and DeAndre Carter was in like afterthought. Like, they really didn't want to put him in there until they realized, hey, we don't have a choice. And hey, he's actually playing really well for us. So this year we got a ton of slot options. If everybody's healthy, hell, even Terry can go inside and play the slot. He showed that versatility the last 2 years, being able to play all around the formation. So we got guys we can put inside, but I think he is another guy that has a chance to crack this roster, but he's going to have to also show that positional flex, as Ron likes to talk about. He's going to have to show them that he can also help on special teams. But the offense, I think, is locked, stocked, loaded, and ready to fire at moment's notice. And I think everything that we need is here. Now it's just about us taking advantage of opportunities and guys playing within themselves, not trying to do too much. Everybody doing their job, 11 guys on one accord. I think it has a chance to be a big-time season. So let's talk about 2021. And before we can look towards the future, we first must learn from the past and talk about some numbers that I think are critical and vital to the success of any NFL offense, not just ours, but any offense around the league. So you'll see that every statistical category, the team that I name that is number one was a playoff team. That's not by accident. It's not coincidental. That's how these things work in the NFL. Okay. And it's why these particular categories resonate for me. Like I told you, there are so many statistics out there that people weigh and they put a lot of emphasis on, and that's fine. Okay. But I don't care about any of that stuff. These are the categories that, to me, put you in a position to be successful. So let's start with yards. Yards are important because, if nothing else, yards don't win you football games. You can march up and down the field 20-20, end up with 502 yards of total offense, but only score 10 points. We saw a team do that against us in 2018 in the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, where they went up and down the field on our defense, and I think they scored all of maybe 6 points, 3 or 6 points, missed a bunch of field goals, turned the ball over 2 or 3 times, and they had 500 yards of total offense and only had like 3 or 6 points to show for it. So yards sometimes can be incomplete, but what yardage does, if nothing else, remember the Chargers, same thing. They kicked our ass from a yardage standpoint. I mean, they went up and down the field, third down conversion after third down conversion, and they only scored 20 points. And 7 of those points came after an Antonio Gibson fumble, which was gift wrapped to them inside the 10-yard line. I say all of that to say this. If you're moving the football with success and you're stockpiling yards, it's usually going to keep your defense off the field and fresh. So even if it's not resulting in points, which ultimately is the goal, to score points and score them in bunches, okay? But even if it's not producing points at the clip that you would like it to, you need to be able to at least keep your defense from having to consistently be back on the football field. 3 and out, punt, defense, back on the field. It wears them out. And over time, ultimately, they may bend. At some point, they're going to break. If they're not an elite unit, they're going to break at some point. So yardage is a big number for me. You know, it's not the highest on the list, but it's up there. So last year, we were 21st in the league in total yards as an offense, with 5,502 yards of total offense. Okay. Just to give you a working reference point, the Dallas Cowboys, our hated rivals, were number 1 in the league in total yards gained offensively with 6,919. So essentially 7,000 yards for the Cowboys offensively. We had 55. So we're a full 1,500 yards behind the number 1 club in football. We're not even close. We're not even in the same zip code. Okay. Hell, we're not even in the same state. I don't even know if we're in the same time zone. Okay. We may be yelling at Dallas from the mountain time zone. They're all the way on the East Coast. I think Dallas is actually in the central time zone, but it doesn't matter. We're not in the same time zone. Got a lot of work to do in that department. I think we can make up some ground this year. I truly do. I think this offense is going to be able to sustain itself better. I think we're going to put ourselves in a much better position to convert third downs, not being 3rd and 8 and 9. I remember early in the season, we were in a ton of 3rd and longs. I mean, consistently 3rd and 9, 3rd and 11, 3rd and 8. That's hard to convert. It is, especially when you're not that explosive and dynamic. Teams are packing it in on you. If I know you're not going to hit me for a 57-yard touchdown over my head, that's not your MO. That's not what you do. I can come up. I can play the sticks. I can be aggressive. We're in a position. I think yardage is a big marker for success offensively. But again, you can rack up all the yards you want, points, and then that's where I'm going next. To me, of all the statistics, this is the one. Don't talk to me about anything else. You want to talk to me and you want to get my attention. You really want to have a discussion with me. Let's talk about points per game. Okay. Let's talk about how many points you scored on the season, because that to me is the greatest barometer of success in the NFL. The teams that score points usually are going to make the playoffs. It's rare that you're scoring 28, 29 points per game and don't make the playoffs, because the likelihood is you're not giving up 30 points a game. Okay. It's hard to do that in today's NFL, to give up 30 points a game. You got to be an atrocious defense, and your offense has to contribute to that disaster as well. You got to be probably bad on all three fronts. You got to give up one or two kickoff returns, maybe a punt return for a touchdown. You got to throw a couple of pick sixes, maybe a scoop and score fumble or two that you've given up throughout the course of the season. And then your defense has to be ass as well. It's hard to give up 30 points per game. So if you're scoring 29, 28, 27.8 points per game, if you're in that realm, you're probably going to make the playoffs, because you're going to win more games than you're going to lose scoring that amount of points per game. Washington last year was 23rd in the league with 335 points total on the season for a whopping 19.1 points per game. We barely scored 19. Do you understand how bad that is? 19 points per game? Who the hell do you think you're beating with that? Which is why we finished 7-10. It's a miracle that we even won 7 games. And when you think about the season last year and how it went down, we won 2 of the games with the same damn score, 17-15. I mean, shit is actually comical that we were able to win 2 games with a score of 17-15. It's rare to win 2 games in a season scoring less than 20 points, let alone them having the same exact identical score. It's funny to just look back at the season last year and some of the wins. And, that's why I was always laughing at Ron when he would get excited. The blood would get boiling and he would get excited when he would talk about that 4-game winning streak last year. I'm like, dude, we scored 17 points in 2 of those wins. The final 2 wins of that streak, we were so anemic offensively, it was a joke. We couldn't convert on 3rd and short, 4th and short against Seattle, which really hampered us in that game, or else we probably would have blown them out. And then against the Raiders, we were happy to even be in that ball game. The stupid shit that was happening in that game and the way that game kind of flowed and went, we were just happy to be in that game with a chance to win at the end. I mean, honestly speaking, Heineke should have thrown an interception on the final possession of the game where we kicked the game-winning field goal. He should have threw a pick there. But the guy couldn't catch. So we got away, we caught a break, and we ultimately made him pay for it. So at the end of the day, 19.1 points a game is a joke. And if you want to remain mediocre, or as the young boys like to say, you want to continue to be mid, that's how you do it. Keep scoring 19 points a game. You'll win 6-7 games every year. If you want to stay mediocre, scoring 19 points a game is exactly the way to do it. Dallas was the number 1 scoring offense in football last season. They scored 530 points total on the season. They averaged over 29 points per game last season. Okay, again, Dallas's defense was good. It wasn't great. I watched the Denver Broncos obliterate them on offense. Okay, destroyed that defense. There were weeks where the Thanksgiving game, there was a bunch of pass interference penalties. Okay, on Anthony Brown. Yeah, clearly the defense stunk in that game, though. Okay, we watched them get mollywopped defensively at times last year, and there were games where they were awesome and spectacular defensively. We know because we were on the back end of a couple of those ass whoopings where we couldn't move the ball on their defense. But that's because our offense stunk. Not because of how good Dallas's defense was, it's because our offense was a joke last season. But it just shows you how they were scoring a full 10 points more than us per game. Understand that. We weren't even in the again, we're not even in the same zip code nor time zone as Dallas, who's the number 1 scoring offense in football. It's not that far far-fetched when I just told you they were the #1 yardage team in the NFL? That they're the #1 scoring offense in football as well. It doesn't take much to be able to connect the dots here, okay? You see where I'm going with this? To me, there's no greater number of importance offensively than points per game. Because again, that is a great barometer of how you're putting yourself in a position to win football games. If you constantly find yourself hovering around 20 points, you're going to lose more games than you win, because this league is not set up for teams to be successful scoring 20 and 17 and 19 and winning consistently. This league is set up for you to score 24 and 27 and 30 and 33 and 28 and 29 and win football games consistently. That's what the good teams in this league do. The elite score up around 30 almost every week. And then when they don't score 30, they're hitting you with a 40 piece or even a 50 piece. And there'll be games where they struggle and they score 20 like everybody else. Everybody's going to have a game or a week where they show up and they just don't have it. But you know what they're going to do? They're going to offset that week that they only scored 20 by scoring 47 4 weeks later. We don't have those outbursts. We don't have those games where we go, hey, we only scored 17 this week, so we know we're due for an explosion where we score 37, where we score 41. That's not what we do. That's what the elites do, though. The elite offenses, the Buffalo Bills of the world, the Green Bay Packers, these Dallas Cowboys, these teams can score. The Cincinnati Bengals, these teams can score. The top offenses in the league, the top point output teams, they can score with the best of them. And you go look at their catalog from a season ago, and you're going to find 2 or 3 games in there where they exploded on somebody for 40 plus. For high 30s, 39, 41, 47. Somebody got a 50 spot on their skull. You're going to see that. I'm not saying that's where we need to be, but I want to be hovering around that 30 range, 27.7, 28.1. If you're scoring that kind of points, trust me, we're winning double-digit games. I assure you of that. Because we're not going to be giving up. If we're scoring 28.1 points a game, we're not going to be giving up 28.7. We're not going to be giving up 29.1. Okay. If we're scoring 28 points a game, trust me, we're going to be giving up 22, 23, or 21 points per game. And if we're hovering around it, you're going to win 11 games, 10, 11, 12 games doing that. But you're definitely not winning 10, 11 games, scoring 19 points. I can assure you of that. Go to the next category. Passing touchdowns. Passing touchdowns. In 2021, we were the 20th rated passing touchdown offense in football. We had 21 passing touchdowns in 2021, okay? Which is a huge improvement from the year prior to that, where we were one of the worst. And in 19, we were abysmal, right? Tampa Bay Buccaneers were the #1 passing touchdown offense in football with 43, okay? They doubled us in passing touchdowns. We were at 21. They were at 43. For those of you who aren't sharp in math, 21 times 2 is 42. They doubled us, okay? So again, we're all the way on the West Coast. They're all the way on the East Coast, okay? We're all the way on the left coast, and they're all the way on the East Coast. We're not even close. They can't see us in their rear view. We can scream at the top of our lungs. They can't hear us. We're not within shouting distance. That number has to significantly increase, okay? Significantly increase. We need to be either at or above 30 touchdowns. And Wentz has been consistently throughout his career, he's hovered around 27 to 33, usually not going any higher than that. So he's usually somewhere in that 27 to 33 touchdown pass range. He usually keeps the interceptions nice and tidy. That's usually anywhere from 7 to 12, usually 7 to 10 for him. Usually it's 7 or it's 9, somewhere in there. On the outlier seasons, his first season in Philadelphia, his last year in Philadelphia, that's when you got those, crazy numbers like 14 or 15. But he's usually a low interception guy. So we need him to, keep the interceptions down, but we need that touchdown pass number to be elevated And look, we're not going to be the Buccaneers, and we're not going to toss it around the yard and score 43 passing touchdowns. And I don't care how we get in the end zone. If that number is still 21 and we're still hovering around 20, but we're first or we're third in the league in rush touchdowns, it balances itself out. We're just fine. We're scoring a ton of points, and you don't care how you get them. You just need them, right? But we talk about this all the time. Points in this league come through the passing game. Now, in order to be an efficient red zone offense, and I've talked about this already, you have to be able to run the football in the red zone. If you want to succeed in the red zone at a high clip, the best way to do that is to run the football. And we're going to get to that in a second because red zone efficiency is a huge stat for me. Okay. Points is number one. Red zone efficiency is number two. Then it's passing touchdowns. Then it's yards. And then it's sacks. So those are the 5 categories that we're going to focus on tonight. So Tampa Bay was number 1 with 43 passing touchdowns. We had 21. We were 20th in the league last year. We can't be 20th. We can't be in the bottom half of the league in passing touchdowns. I'm not saying we have to enter the top 10. It'd be nice because that means we're scoring it at a high clip. But we need to be in the top half of the league in passing touchdowns, whether that's 14th or 13th in the league or it's 16th in the league, which is still an improvement over where we were in 2021. We need to be much better than we were, and we will be. If Wentz is healthy, knock on wood, if Carson Wentz is healthy for, the vast majority of the season, if he's healthy for all 17 games of the regular season, because we're going to play bonus football this year, if things go well, then he's going to throw for more than 21 passing touchdowns. He's going to throw probably closer to 30 touchdowns passes. So I feel confident this number is going to be improved upon significantly, and it's going to put us near the top 10 in passing touchdowns when it's all said and done. This next one is a huge one. This is my second most important offensive stat in terms of success in this league, and it's red zone efficiency. The percentage of touchdowns that you score when you get in the red zone. Now, this number is slightly misleading. Okay, I will admit that this is not the most foolproof stat because the NFL charts any red zone appearance as anytime you set foot inside the 20 or in, right? So literally, you could be 2nd and 8 from the 29-yard line, right? Or 2nd and 8 from the 26-yard line. And you could gain 6 yards and make it 3rd and 2 from the 20. That's technically a red zone trip. You're at the 20-yard line. You only take one snap. It's 3rd and 2. You try to run it. You get stuffed. Now you settle for a field goal. That's technically a red zone trip because it started at the 20. That one snap came from the 20-yard line. You only got one play, and now you kick the field goal. That technically is a failed red zone trip where you came away with a field goal instead of a touchdown. So that can be somewhat misleading, right? But that said, a lot of times when you get in the red zone, you're actually in the red zone. There aren't many times where it ends up being a situation like that. A lot of times you get 2 or 3 snaps inside the red zone with an opportunity to put the ball in the end zone, and you just don't. There are more of those opportunities than there are the case where, your third down snap comes from the 19. It's a failed pass on 3rd and 7, and now you have to settle for a field goal. You're going to have some of those, but there are going to be more of 1st and goal from the 8, and you don't get in, or 1st and 10 from the 12, and you don't get in. There are going to be more of those opportunities that you don't take advantage of than we had one snap from the 19 to the 18 on 3rd and 6 or 7, and we didn't convert, and we had to settle for a field goal. So with that said, we were 26th in the NFL in red zone efficiency last season, which is a far cry. You can say what you want about us in 2020. Okay. We may not have been there a ton, but when we got there, we made it count in 2020. And I don't know what the red zone percentages, I guarantee you, we were one of the most proficient red zone offenses in the NFL in 2020. As a matter of fact, I'm curious. I'm going to go look it up right now. I'm curious because I, in my mind, with Antonio Gibson's emergence in his rookie season and how well he was able to put the ball in the end zone, how well we were able to run it, I feel pretty confident that our red zone efficiency was pretty high in 2020. Let's see. Let's go to ranks. Red zone touchdowns. We weren't that good. Not as good as I thought. And you know what it was? Probably, let's see. I bet you it was, let's see. We were top 10 in rushing touchdowns in 2020. I bet you it was passing touchdowns that killed us. We didn't have a lot of passing touchdowns. We were 28th in passing touchdowns in 2020. So that's what killed us in the red zone, not our rushing. As I just told you, we were top 10 in the league in rush touchdowns in 2020. Okay. So we were scoring touchdowns on the ground. That wasn't the issue. The issue was throwing the football in the red zone. We were one of the worst teams in football, throwing the football in the red zone. So we were 20th in the league in red zone efficiency in 2020. And we fell back. And I knew we were worse in 2021 because we could run it in 2020. We were 26th in the league at a 52% clip was Washington. So that meant 50% of the time, essentially, when we got in the red zone, we would score a touchdown. While that sounds like a good number, like, hey, we score 1 out of every 2 times. That's not good. That's not how it's supposed to be. You would prefer it to be every 2 out of 3 times you get in the end zone when you're in the red zone. Every 3 out of 4 times. You're not going to find many teams, doing it at a 75% clip. That's some college football shit. That's because you're playing against West Murray State. You're not doing that in the NFL, right? But you can do it 66% of the time, 67% of the time, which is 2/3 of the time you get in the red zone, you score a touchdown. That's pretty proficient. Every 10 times you make a trip into the red zone, you're coming away with damn near 7 touchdowns. That's how you want to do it. Not you go 10 times and you're coming away with 5 touchdowns. Do you know the difference between 5 and 7 touchdowns? That's the difference between winning 8 or 9 games versus winning 7 games. So, San Francisco 49ers, go figure, right? One of the best rushing offenses in football. Go figure that they would be number 1 in the league at 66.7. Tampa Bay Buccaneers, number 2 at a 64% clip. Another team that can run the football with Leonard Fournette in the red zone. Okay? You can run the football in the red zone, you're going to score a lot of touchdowns. We have to get back to that. We weren't good at that. And I'm not going to beat this horse, but I felt like we missed Peyton Barber. But I also felt like Antonio Gibson in the run game and the way we called it wasn't as proficient as it was in 2020. We just ran it a lot better, period. It wasn't all Peyton Barber. Antonio Gibson scored 11 rush touchdowns in his rookie season. So it wasn't all Peyton Barber. Peyton Barber had his fair share of rush touchdowns as well, though. So that's another one for me. We're a full 14% behind the San Francisco 49ers. A full 12% behind the Buccaneers, who's number 2. A full 11% behind the number 3 team on this list. We have to be more proficient in the red zone. I think we can do that with Brian Robinson's drafting, with Antonio Gibson slimming down and being a little bit quicker and maybe more explosive. I think there are going to be more opportunities. And I think the 2 guys that we added on the offensive line, I think they're mashers and maulers in the run game. I don't necessarily know if they're as destructive in pass protection, but I know they can get on your ass in the run game. So We're going to find out if we are vastly improved up front in the run game or not. Is there a concerted effort to run the football a little bit more? Because Ron made it a point of emphasis to talk about wanting to be a much more physical football team. I think Ron, a couple of times last year, those 17-15 games, I think, Ron might have climaxed a couple of times. I mean, he was getting his rocks off with those 17-15 victories. He thought he was back in the 80s again. Him and Jack Del Rio probably went out, had a couple of drinks, and was excited about winning 17-15. It reminded them of yesteryear. That's not how we win games in the NFL anymore. But Ron kept talking about how, that was a pivotal streak, and we feel like we can win games like that. Okay. Your offensive coordinator, that is not his MO. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. And to me, the moves made this offseason speak to wanting to be more explosive and dynamic, not wanting to run the football more. You want to run the football more, go draft the offensive guard at number 11 or trade back and then take a guard. They took a receiver for a reason. That's just my humble opinion. And then the last category I want to take a look at is sacks. For as good as we talk about our offensive line and as well as we felt like they played, we were 23rd in the league in sacks surrendered. We gave up 43. Now, there's always a caveat to the sack discussion because it could be on your offensive line. Ryan Fitzpatrick never had a chance when he got hurt against the Chargers in week 1. All right. Charles Leno Jr. got his ass whooped on that snap. Whether he got off the ball late, he didn't hear the snap, or whatever, that guy ran right around him. All right. And sacked the quarterback and hit Ryan Fitzpatrick before he even knew what was coming. So there are instances where you just get beat. But there also are situations where it's a 3-step drop. Defense has the perfect call, takes away that throw that you want to make. Because, look, the offense is only supposed to be protecting for the ball to come out in 0.4 seconds. They're not supposed to be back there. They're cutting a guy, and if that cut block doesn't work and you hold on to it, you're sacked. That's what happened against Dallas. 3-step drop. Heineke's supposed to get rid of it. He's still holding the ball. Here comes Micah Parsons. There goes the football. Ball's supposed to be out. And then there's times where Taylor Heineke's just holding on to the damn ball too long. Patting it, not finding somebody, running around in a circle, and running into a sack. That shit happens too. There were a couple of times drove me nuts. You're running towards out of bounds. It's a 2-yard loss. Just fling the football out of bounds. Take the incompletion. Save yourself 2 yards and also take a sack off the board. No, he runs out of bounds. Now it's 2nd and 12, and that's also charted as a sack. That's dumb. That's not smart football. So, sacks also can be misleading at times, but for the most part, you get what you get, okay? And once again, this is one of those statistics that reflects offenses that know how to get it done. We were 23rd in the league with 43 sacks given up. The Buccaneers were number 1 in football, only surrendering 23 sacks with Tom Brady. Now, again, Tom Brady, cerebral, nickel and dimer, one of the best nickel and dime quarterbacks in NFL history. That bitch is coming out in literally a second. Okay, the ball hits his hand. Sometimes he doesn't even grab the laces. That thing's gone. So obviously they're not going to surrender as many sacks, but they also made a concerted effort up front to protect Tom Brady because they know he's a statue. We've got a much more athletically gifted quarterback in Carson Wentz. For a working reference point, the Indianapolis Colts, for as bad as we trashed their offensive line, oh my God, they couldn't pass protect. They were horrible. Guys were beating them. Their left tackle last year that they got from Kansas City was getting his ass worked. They gave up 32 sacks, a full 11 less sacks than we did. Now, I did digging because that didn't make sense to me because their offensive line, I watched them. They were horrible last year, pass protect wise. I needed answers. Why is this? Because the Indianapolis Colts had the 5th most rushing attempts in football. That's why. So those 32 sacks, if you extrapolate it out to how many, rush attempts we had and how many more dropbacks we had, they probably would have surpassed us by a ton. But because they were able to rely so heavily on the run game, they didn't have to pass protect as many times. There weren't as many dropbacks. So it brought their number down slightly. And Carson Wentz is a really good athlete. And he takes his fair share of sacks that he might be able to avoid. But he also avoids a number of sacks that would have been sacks by getting rid of the football, eluding, rushers and extending plays and getting rid of the football. So the Eagles, another team, 30 sacks surrendered. You look at that number, you say, man, that's a good number. Eagles have a really good offensive line, one of the best in football. But same thing I just said about Indianapolis. A ton of rushing attempts. The Eagles were number 2 in the league in rushing attempts on the season. And because of that, you're not putting Jalen Hurts at risk as often as some of the other teams in the league are putting their quarterbacks at risk by dropping them back. So, again, that number, you could look at it any way you want. At the end of the day, we gave up 43 sacks. We got to be better than that. We have to protect Carson Wentz. One of the things I think we'll be able to do here in Washington that he may not have been afforded as much of in Indianapolis is protection up front. He has to feel comfortable and safe back there. He shouldn't feel like I've got to speed my internal clock up because I've been consistently having pressure backside. I got to be able to get out of here. No, he should be able to stand back there, go through his first, second, third read, and if it's not there, check it down, So we got to improve protecting the quarterback. And I think we will in 2022. So let's get to the comment section. Those are the statistics that I really wanted to focus on. And I want to talk about how we can be a top 10 offense, or at least hovering around, the top 10 this year. The weapons are all here, but those are the ways we're going to have to do it. And I think third down efficiency, that's another number that I could have added in here. Third down efficiency, how well you're converting on third downs is huge. But the reason I don't like to go straight to third down efficiency is because I'm a huge proponent of what are you doing on the table setting downs? I like to call them the table setting downs because you eat on third down. Okay. You eat on third down. That determines whether you got to go on the sideline and your special teams unit has to come on and you have to punt, or you continue to eat on that drive. All right. You get to cut up another piece of your chicken and eat that. Or do you have to put the fork and the knife down and get up from the table? You're done. But you're not eating without setting the table first on first and second down. We can sit here and talk about third down. Oh, man, we were awful on third down. Well, tell me what you did on first and second down. If you're getting into 3rd and 4 and 5 and 3 and 2, and you're still finding yourself being 6 of 18 on third downs, there's a problem. Because you set the table correctly on first and second down. You put yourself in a number of manageable third down and distances. You should have been able to convert 3rd and 5, 3rd and 3, 3rd and 2. Somehow you managed to only convert 6 out of 18, which is a 33% clip. That's abysmal on third downs. Somehow you were only able to convert 33% on third downs, despite having 9 of them be 3rd or 5 or less. That's hard for me to fathom. Unless all 6 of your third down conversions were in those 3rd and 5 and less. But still, what you do on first and second down significantly alters and impacts what happens on third down. If you run it on first down for -2 and now it's 2nd and 12 and you got to throw it on second down and then it's incomplete, now it's 3rd and 12. Well, you didn't set the table very well. Okay? There are no utensils here for you to eat. You're going to have to eat with your hands on third down. Good luck with that. This is not a burger. It's not a hot dog. Okay? You're trying to eat spaghetti with your hands. You're trying to eat soup with your hands. Good luck on 3rd and 16. Ain't many plays in the playbook for that. Good luck picking up the soup with your bare hands. So I always like to focus on third down efficiency because first and second down efficiency go hand in hand with third down efficiency. Because if you're, to me, really it's first down, but even second down comes into play. But if you get 8 on first down, really, you could lose 3 on second down. It's still 3rd and 5. You get 6 on first down, you get nothing on second down. It's still 3rd and 4. First down is huge. Second down is, to me, the importance of second down stems from what happens on first down. Because you can minimize the impact of second down by what you do on first down. If you get 2 on first down, now second down is important because you need to at least get 3 or 4 to make it a manageable 3rd and 4 or 3rd and 5 because you only got 2 on first down. If you go and run it again on 2nd and 8 after running it on 1st and 10 and getting 2 and you get nothing, now it's 3rd and 8, or you throw a pass and it's incomplete and now it's 3rd and 8. You failed to do your part as a bridge from 1st to 3rd. That's what second down is for me. It's a bridge. You can either go around the bridge, because sometimes that second down has a toll, right? Sometimes that bridge has a toll. You don't want to pay? That's fine. If you don't want to pay the toll and you want to go around second down, okay? You want to take the scenic route? Get 8 on first down. Get 9 on first down. Get 6 on first down. Then you don't need second down. You can go straight to 3rd and 4. You can go straight to 3rd and 2 or 3rd and 1, and you'll be fine. At times last year, we weren't good enough on the early down, especially first down. To me, first down is where it's at. You want to keep a defense guessing and off balance. First down is the down to do that. Don't be I want to get off to a good start. I'm going to run the football on first down to get us into a nice down and distance in second down and 8 or 2nd and 6. And if we get another 3 yards, now it's 3rd and 5. This is not 1993. 3 yards in a cloud of dust, okay? You should be throwing on first down. You should be running on first down. You should be screening. It doesn't have to be 3rd and 16 for you to throw a screen. You're allowed to throw a first down screen. That's allowed. I've checked the rule books. You can throw a screen on first down. So I want to see them diversify the play calling on first down to set up, more advantageous second down. And you can take a shot on 2nd and 4. You can take a shot on 2nd and 4. Because if you miss, guess what? It's 3rd and 4. You can convert 3rd and 4. Anyway, I digress. Let's get to the comment section tonight and see what you guys have to add to what I've said about this offense and how it can be better, much improved in 2022. I've talked about, setting the table better, 1st and 2nd downs, putting yourself in shorter 3rd and 3rd down situations to convert at a higher clip on 3rd downs to put this offense in a better position to score points. Obviously, the 19.1 points that we scored last year, some of that was impacted by the fact that our field goal kicking situation wasn't stabilized until late in the season. We moved on from Dustin Hopkins. Even though he hadn't missed that many kicks, we were sick of it. It was an accumulation of years of abuse, and enough was enough. Ron was pissed off after he missed a kick, and it was a nice chip shot kick against the Chiefs that would have extended our lead out to 6. I think it was 13-10 at the time. He makes that kick. We were going to lose that game anyway. And they were going to score points. But you know what? A little bit of pressure would have been nice. 16-10. With them struggling the way that they were in the first half, turning it over, things of that nature, it would have been nice to be up by 6. And if they score a touchdown to take the lead, they're only up 1 instead of being up 4. That kick changed the entire tenor of that game, flipped it on its head. We lost all momentum. They went down and scored a touchdown after that. And you could see that we were losing the fight that we had in the first half. So he got rid of him after that game. And our kicking situation went to hell in a handbasket after that. And so that also impacted the amount of points that we scored on average last season, from the block kicks to the missed kicks. It impacted, us from probably averaging over 20 points a game. honestly, it didn't make a huge difference in us wins and losses. Like, we didn't lose the Giants game. We would have if Dexter Lawrence doesn't jump off sides, but we got a reprieve, and we made the second kick. That was important. We didn't lose a bunch of games because of missed kicks, but you could argue we lost some games, like the Denver game, for instance, because we inability to have points on the board. That kills momentum. It swings it in the other direction. It does so many different things for your psyche when you have a drive like we did against Denver, and then you get your kick blocked. Not once, but twice. Like, at that point, you're like, can I even send my kicker out there? Do we have to go for it on fourth downs now? Like, it changes everything. So, anyway, I digress. Let's get to the comment section and see what you guys have to say. My guy Metaphor kicks off the evening. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy Metaphor writes, oh, you got an O. I don't, he said, isn't that cute? But it's wrong. We said I got an O. Look, the offense is gonna be the catalyst. You know, the defense could be good this year. They could even be elite this year. But if you really want to see the impact in the wins and loss column, if you really want to see those bricks stack up in the left-hand column, the offense is going to have to be the driving force. And the defense could be, you know, setting us up and setting the table and giving us short fields with, forcing a ton of turnovers. And that's great. But the defense could force 3 turnovers, 2 of which puts us in prime scoring range if they turn out to be 2 field goals. Remember when we played Tampa Bay? And the first 3 possessions of the game, I want to say either 2 out of the 3 were turnovers or 3 of them were turnovers. I think Tampa Bay, they disrespected. I remember that was the Bobby McCain disrespect game. And I told you that's the game I fell in love with Bobby McCain, because Bobby McCain was like, they pretty much disrespect. And I remember how after that game, I was ranting and raving. I said, the audacity of these stinking ass Buccaneers, these dirty sons of a bitches. I said, did you see what they did to us? They wouldn't have did that shit to Green Bay or the Los Angeles Rams. They wouldn't have done that shit to Kansas City. That's a spit in the face. They went for it at their own 25-yard line on fourth down. I said, oh, the humanity, the audacity. I was hurt. And I'm glad that they took that shit like Jordan. I took that shit personal. I took it personal. And I'm glad that the defense took it personal too. Bobby McCain is like, yeah, that was some bullshit. That's disrespect in the highest order. That's them coming to your face on some old Bugs Bunny shit, taking the gloves off one finger at a time, and then with the glove. Pop, pop. That's disrespect. At your crib, no less. We had short field after short field in that game early. I remember the commentator. I don't remember who was doing the game. I don't know if it was Daryl Johnston or it was, I forgot who it was, but they said something so succinct. He said, if you're Washington, you got to score a touchdown this time, because we kicked the field goal after the first turnover. We kicked the field goal after the first turnover, when I think it was Landon Collins had the pick. And then we got the second pick. And I want to say the second pick was William Jackson III, diving over somebody after it was tipped in the air. And that was prime field position. And we had field position before that. And I think we only had 6 points at first. It was 6-0. We had great field position the first 3 possessions. And I think we had 2 out of those possessions with turnovers. You're like, yo, hey, I think the first possession was us on offense, driving it down the field and then settling for a field goal, not getting in the end zone. Then they had the football and they turned it over. And we got a field goal out of there. You're like, bro, we got down there again and we had to settle for another damn field goal. And then after the second turnover, that commentator, and I was saying this shit to myself, like, bro, we cannot come away with another field goal. And I think Ron actually went for it on fourth down. we converted and we ultimately scored the touchdown, and that's how we took that 13-0 lead. I said all of that to say this. If you don't, you can get all the turnovers. If you're not turning them into touchdowns and you're playing explosive offenses, you will lose the football game. We still almost lost that Buccaneers game. Why? Because we let them hang around by not taking advantage of those opportunities early in the football game. And that's why we looked up late in the game and it's 23-19 and they breathing on our necks. And we over here sweating out a victory. We should have been already scored 30 points. That game should have been out of reach already. But when you don't put the ball in the end zone, when your red zone efficiency is at 52%, that's how you let teams hang around and potentially steal football games from you. So, yeah, I isn't that cute? But it's wrong. It would have been wrong if I had actually used like a 0 instead of an O for O, but I got an O. Joe Castles, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Joe, thank you for the super chat. Writes, let's go, Commanders from San Antonio, Texas. I hope you staying cool. If I'm not mistaken, we spoke last week and you was like, bro, it's 112 out here in these streets last week. So hopefully you and your family and everyone's staying safe because in 112-degree heat, that shit ain't safe. All right. And continue to hold us down in the heart of Dallas Cowboy country and let them know what it is that, y'all won the division last year. We won it the year before that, and we coming back for what we think is rightfully ours. So hold us down, Joe. Truly do appreciate you. Joe Castles. Got a super chat here from my guy, Chilled Dude. Thank you for the super chat, Chilled Dude. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Chilled Dude, writes, I don't buy top 10 O. Got to see it to believe it. You have every right to feel that way. And I don't know if we're going to be a top 10 offense. But if we're 12, that should be good enough to get the job done. I just told you we were the 21st offense in the league last year from a yards perspective. And we were 23rd in points per game at 19.1. So if those two statistics change drastically in our favor, then we don't have to be top 10. If we're 12, if we're 13, we're significantly better on offense, significantly, which is in turn going to impact other areas of the football team. And most importantly, the scoreboard and the win-loss column, because I think you move a couple of those bricks from the right-hand column into the left-hand column with more offensive efficiency, points scored, and things of that nature. So it doesn't have to be top 10, although they will have an opportunity, I believe, to be top 10, but it doesn't have to be top 10. But to your point, I got to see it to believe it, right? I'm from Missouri. Show me. Don't tell me, show me. So I need to see it first. I need to see it just like you do. Let's see. John Perez, my guy JP, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy JP writes, good evening, Commander Lou. What's going on, JP? Says, I like the potential of this offense, and I think we're going to get good stuff from Wentz. Jahan, Offensive Rookie of the Year candidate, perhaps? Absolutely. He's in the mix. And with this being a very weak quarterback draft class, that opens the door for a receiver to win it. Like last year, remember, the Offensive Rookie of the Year was Jamar Chase. Why was it allowed to be Jamar Chase? Because there was no quarterback that was going to stop him from winning that award. The year previous, Justin Jefferson was just as impressive, if not even more impressive, even though Jamar Chase's numbers were better. I think Justin Jefferson, what he was able to do was even more impressive than what, Jamar Chase did, because there was less around him in Minnesota, and he was putting up those staggering numbers. And Justin Jefferson got off to a slower start. That said, right, Jefferson didn't win Offensive Rookie of the Year. Why? Because there were two quarterbacks in that draft class that you were like, if a quarterback's any good, he's going to get Offensive Rookie of the Year. That's just how it goes. So Burrow was on pace to win it. He got injured. And when he got injured, Justin Herbert picked up where he left off, and he ended up being Rookie of the Year offensively. There was no one to stop Jamar Chase from being, Rookie of the Year. offensively last year. And I don't think there's anyone stopping these receivers or running backs from claiming the title in 2022. So Jahan Dotson will definitely have an opportunity to be Offensive Rookie of the Year. We'll see what kind of numbers he's able to put up. I don't want you guys to put such lofty expectations on the young fella, though, okay? If this offense works the way that it's supposed to, he should not lead this team in receiving. And he shouldn't even eclipse 1,000 yards. If this offense works the way it's supposed to, Terry should eclipse 1,000. Jahan should be sniffing around 1,000, but not quite there yet. Curtis Samuel should be, either at or sniffing around 1,000 himself, and really that's the wild card is Curtis Samuel, because if Curtis Samuel, never, ever trust a man with 2 first names, is healthy and producing at a high clip, he's never had 1,000 yards receiving in his career, right? So let's get one thing straight there. But that's not to say that he can't do it here. If he's got 900, and this is more along the lines of what I'm looking for from Curtis Samuel, if he's got 924 yards receiving and another, 184 rushing, that's over 1,000 yards of all-purpose yards, which is what I'm looking for from Curtis Samuel. If he's got 924 yards and Terry's got 1,214, which would be a new career high for him, there's no way Jahan also has 1,000 or even 900. He'd be in that 800 to 700 range if things go according to plan, which is what I pegged in my head for him, because I expect Curtis Samuel to have a bigger role and to be impactful in this offense. I expect Terry to continue to be the Don Dada, and I expect Jahan to kind of catch teams off guard and clean up, whatever messes are being left by some of the other players, where whether it's a double team on Terry or, Curtis Samuel makes a big play. Now he's out of the lineup for a couple of plays to catch his breath. Now Jahan has a chance to go and eat. I think there are going to be opportunities there for him, but I'm thinking he's like 752 yards in his rookie season. Generally speaking, that's not enough to win Rookie of the Year offensively. You want Rookie of the Year, you got to eclipse 1,000. And also there needs to be touchdowns in there too. That's what people see. Like you could have as a rookie or as any receiver, you watching the little Sunday night football highlights they like to show on Sunday night in America, Sunday night football in America. And they like to show the highlights. They're not showing an explosive 65-yard catch and run down to the 13. They're going to show the 13-yard touchdown grab that happened after that. So if you want people to know what you out here doing, the best way to have that happen is score touchdowns. Because you want to know why Terry gets undervalued? Some of it is, he plays in Washington. He's played with 19 different quarterbacks. We suck. Those are huge. And why no one knows, outside of our market and a few others know what Terry's over here doing. But, also what has held Terry back, he's not a high volume touchdown guy. I think the most touchdowns Terry has had in any individual year was 7, if I'm not mistaken. And by him not being a high touchdown guy, it's easy for people to overlook the production. It's easy for people because people aren't watching the games like we are. So they don't see the tough catch in traffic against 2 defenders to extend a possession that ultimately ends up being a touchdown and what ultimately helps us win the football game. They don't see that tough catch on 3rd down. They didn't watch the game. They're not showing that catch on the highlight package. They're showing the touchdown that he helped create by getting that 3rd down conversion, which he didn't score, by the way. So I think this would be a great year for Terry to break out touchdown wise and have 11 touchdowns on the season. This would be a great year for it. And if Wentz is going to be in that 3,500 to 4,000 yard mark, then he's going to have one guy over 1,000 and another guy approaching 1,000, and then another guy after that, in the midpoint, somewhere in that 700 yard range, in order for that to take place. And then you'll have your tight ends, your running backs, and those ancillary receivers chipping in to make up the rest of his passing total. But in order for Jahan Dotson to win Rookie of the Year, if Curtis Samuel and if Terry continues to be Terry, which we have no reason to think he won't be, and Curtis Samuel contributes in a manner that we were looking for last year, Carson Wentz would have to throw for over 4,000 yards for Jahan to win Rookie of the Year. That's my opinion. I could be wrong, and Terry could have 1,200, Jahan could have 1,008 yards, and Curtis Samuel could be the one with 700 yards and not have it be the other way around. We'll see. I think we have a chance to get good stuff from Wentz too. Rob, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Rob, writes, Lou, Rob, I think the playmakers on offense will show up, but it means nothing if we don't get good Carson. Absolutely. Absolutely. Everything traces back to the quarterback. I've stated that so many times. It's so true. It can't be understated that everything that happens in football, which is why we talk about the quarterback position being the most important in football, everything that happens in the NFL can be traced back in terms of wins and losses. Usually it can be traced back to the quarterback. Excuse me. You look at the Rams, they had Jared Goff as the same exact team pretty much. All they did was switch one position out. They swapped out Jared Goff for Matthew Stafford, and they won the Super Bowl. And if Jared Goff had been in there, they would not have won the Super Bowl. We can all attest to that. Whether you go back to the Tampa Bay game after blowing the big lead and having to put together a drive and Matthew Stafford going out and throwing a couple of BBs to Cooper Kupp and getting them in the field goal range. Jared Goff isn't doing that. That game's going to overtime, and they're probably going to lose that football game. So, the quarterback position is where it's at. It's what makes or breaks teams. It's what makes or breaks seasons in this league. So you want consistency, you need a quarterback. You want to win big, you need a quarterback. Like you said, all the weapons in the world isn't going to mask the fact that you don't have a quarterback. We need that guy. And we would like it to be Carson Wentz. So I'm right there with you, Rob. You couldn't have said it any better myself. Sonny Rawson, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Sonny, writes, how do you do, Commander Lou? I'm hanging in there. I got no complaints, man. What about you, Sonny Rawson? He says, I'm super excited about this offense simply for the stability of moderately accurate and on-time deep ball. Hashtag mob, like it up. Y'all heard the man. Hit the like button if you haven't already done so. Appreciate you for that, Sonny Rawson. And you're right. I mean, I talked about this earlier in my offensive diatribe that it'd be nice to have some explosive plays offensively, to not have to go 12 plays, 71 yards, 5 minutes and 2 seconds of game clock to score a touchdown. It'd be nice to have a 53-second drive that ended with a 2 plays, 72-yard, 53-second drive that ended in a 66-yard touchdown strike. That'd be nice. Those are really great. Those are awesome. And you can do that. That's allowed. The problem with our offense is over the last 3-4 years, it's almost as if the quick strike play is not allowed for Washington. You have to methodically work your way down the football field, or as a wise man once said, you have to matriculate the football down the field. So for me, Carson does throw a very catchable deep ball, puts a lot of air under it. We'll give our guys, we've got a ton of guys that can flat out pick them up and put them down. And now it's time to see that in action. It's time to see Terry running behind a corner and not having to look up, locate the ball, and then stop to try to wait for the football to come, and now has to worry about a defender getting back into play and making a play on the ball. And instead, he can continue to run full speed under that rock because he's got 2 steps on the nearest defender and he jaunt it right into the end zone for a 62-yard touchdown. That would be great, and I think we're going to get that, with Carson, at least a lot more than we have in the past. That's for sure. So I agree with you as well, Sonny. Thank you for that super chat. Malachi Malik, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Malachi Malik, thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Writes, Lou, Malachi says preseason is next month, bro. You excited, my man? I'm moderately. I'm gonna use the word Sonny Rawson just used. Moderately excited. Like I say that now, and then it's gonna be the first time we're the Commanders, the first time we got to get up on. And so I'll be excited to see the new threads and unis out there on the football field with the new helmets and all that stuff. Because I think our first preseason game, if I'm not mistaken, is a roadie. I think the second game is at home. I can check real quick. I think the second game is at home and the third game is on the road, or it might be the first game is a home game and the last two are roadies. Let me see real quick. So the first game against Carolina is at the crib, and then the last two are both on the road. So I'll probably be excited that first game at FedEx with them donning the new unis, see what color combination they decide to throw out there, because the likelihood is whatever color combination they throw out there in the first preseason game will be the color combination that they more likely than not will wear at home for much of the season, except for, I think we're having a blackout game against, I forgot who it was supposed to be later on in the season. It sucks that it won't be a night game. You know, that would be pretty cool, but we got to earn that. We didn't earn a home night game this year. So, I mean, anyway, it was funny when I went to the rebranding event and Jason Wright was speaking. One of the things he said was that he loved the different color combinations that we could put together, because that was going to be one of the questions that I was going to ask, because all we've ever seen on the mannequins and all of the, you know, ensembles that we've seen the players donning, they've got on a solid color, whether it's all white or it's all burgundy. I haven't seen any white tops, burgundy bottoms, burgundy top, white bottoms, you know, any of that stuff. I don't even think they're going to play around with the blacks. I think they're going to leave the black as black on black. I don't think you're going to see burgundy top, black bottom or anything like that. But I haven't seen a mixture of the two. And he's like, I looked at some of the mock-ups with the mixtures and they look much better than just the solids. So he answered the question. They're going to mix it up, but I haven't seen it yet. So I don't know what that looks like. So, it'll be fun to see all of that stuff. But the actual play on the field, we get excited about the play on the field every year, only to be disappointed after the first 5 minutes of the game. All the starters are out and you're watching a bunch of backups. The good thing is, though, unlike 10 years ago, where we didn't give two shits about second or third stringers, we're so ingrained in the day-to-day minutia that is the Washington Commanders. Like, this is so much a part of our lives and the fabric of our lives that we care now about the second string guys just as much as we do the starters. Like, who's not going to be excited to see, you know, Cole Turner out there running with the twos? You know, who's not going to be excited to see some of the young guys, Brian Robinson getting some carries, you know, with that second unit? You're going to be just as excited about that as anything. You know, Dax Milne, you're invested in Dax Milne to see if he can try to make this roster and you know, take a huge step and leap from his rookie season. You're investing in some of these young guys. I want to see what the hell Shaka Tony can do. Like, I want to see what year 2 Shaka Tony looks like. William Bradley King. I want to see what that looks like. I'm invested in those guys. So I think that's the advantage that we have in being fiends the way that we are. Like, it's unhealthy how much time and energy and effort that we put into this organization, especially for what we've gotten in return, which is next to nothing. It's actually unhealthy, right? However, it is what it is. It's just, that's our DNA makeup. That's what we've done. That's the life decision and choices that we've made. Okay. And so because of that, it benefits us in the preseason, because you can sit through 3 hours of meaningless football and still feel somewhat fulfilled. I can't guarantee you that I'm going to feel fulfilled after watching it, but at least I can feel like there's a reason to watch. As you get to that final preseason game, there's no nutritional value. He's not going to play any of the starters. A lot of the second team guys aren't going to be playing. It's going to be a lot of those third string guys that aren't going to make the football team. As we saw last year, they're going to be maybe 1 or 2 guys that have a chance to make the roster. We saw Roberts, the corner, make the football team, and that everybody played bad except him and maybe one or two other guys in that last preseason game. And that ultimately was the reason Roberts made our roster last year. So the last preseason game is dreadful. But this first one, you'll see the starters for maybe a series or two, probably just one series, and that's it. They'll get them out of there. And I'll be excited for that, but I'll also be excited to see the young guys. So I'm going to downplay the preseason because I don't want to make a big deal out of it, but I'll be excited. I'm always excited to see the fellas back on the field for the first time. Always. That'll never change. So it's right around the corner. It'll be here before you know it. King of the North, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, King of the North, thank you for being a member of the MOBB, writes, the Wentz-Turner relationship is crucial. Facts. Big facts. Need good play calling and audibles to keep the defense on their toes. Breeze and Sean Payton is the best example of how important that relationship is. Be unpredictable and adjust on the fly. That is instrumental to success. The ability to be able to get to the line of scrimmage, see that you're in a bad play or in a bad look, and get out of it. That comes with more time, though. You talk about that Breeze and Sean Payton relationship. That happened over time. That didn't happen the first year those two were together. That was a relationship and a dynamic that was forged over years of going to war and battle together. That's not going to happen right out of the gate with Wentz and Turner. But what can happen is they can get a good feel for what each other likes. So what do I mean by that? How can a quarterback get a feel for a play caller? Okay, so Scott could send in a play early in a ball game. It's 1st and 10, second possession of the game. First possession, we got 1 first down and ended up having to punt. The emphasis all week has been, hey, this defense isn't going to give us a lot of opportunities. There will be 1 or 2 shot opportunities, but what you've got to do in order to set that up is take what they're giving us. Take the underneath throw. Continue to pick away at their defense and take the 7-yard gain. They're giving us 7, take the 7. What that's going to force them to do is get a little bit more aggressive than they want to be. This is a very soft defense. They want to keep everything in front of them. But the way you loosen that up is by taking what they're giving us. Eventually, they're going to get sick of giving up 7 on first, sick of giving up 7 on second and moving the sticks. They're going to get sick of giving up 6 on first, 3 on second, 3rd and 1, we get 4, we move the sticks. They're going to get tired of giving up those chunks of yardage that allow us to be in very advantageous 3rd down situations or not even getting the 3rd downs and converting, and they're going to come up. And then we're going to get that shot opportunity. So Scott calls a play that you may be able to take a shot on. You may be able to push it down the field vertically, but the way that they're playing defense, there's no need to take that opportunity. Scott's calling this play for you to take the 8 yards that should be available to you underneath. You could try and force it down the field and you may get a completion, but it's more likely than not going to be incomplete or picked off. Or you could take the 8 yards that Scott called this play to get. Anything that happens after that is a bonus. They break a tackle, or you get a couple of blockers out in front and all of a sudden this thing pops. Cool. But I called it to get 8 yards. So get the 8 yards. That's how you can build trust with an offensive play caller. I know that he's going to go out, execute the play that I called the way that I want it executed. Okay. He's going to make me look good. And in turn, that's going to foster a relationship where now I can throw you a bone. Okay. Because you did what I asked you to do on 1st and 10, got us to 8 yards. Now it's 2nd and 2. Now you get your shot opportunity. Now you get to go play action fake. Now we get to suck the defense up and you get to show off that arm and try to take a shot deep on 2nd and 2. Why? Because we can always come back and get 3rd and 2 and convert, move the sticks. Because you were disciplined enough on 1st down to play within the framework of the offense and the play call that I sent in. Now you get a chance to eat on 2nd and 2 with a shot opportunity. So it goes both ways. The play caller's got to be able to trust the quarterback. The quarterback's got to be able to trust that, hey, if I don't take the shot this time, I know my guy Scott Turner's going to come back and give me an opportunity later in the ball game. I don't have to force it because there's not another shot opportunity coming. He's going to give me another chance or 2 or 3 in this game to push it down the field vertically. So I don't have to try to go out of my way to push it down the field. There's a trust and a synchronicity that has to happen Sooner rather than later would be great for us as fans, because the sooner they get on the same page, the sooner they trust one another to call a game, to execute a game, the better this offense will be, and the faster we'll see them be able to take those leaps that we're looking for, and those strides that we're hoping this offense is able to take in the upcoming season. But as you mentioned, audibles are fine, and you need to be able to do that as well. You have to be able to adjust to what you see. You know, Scott's calling the play, and you know, the faster you get out of the huddle, the more time you have with Scott for him to identify, hey, this is the look they're giving us. Get out of that, get to this. You get to the line of scrimmage, and there's only 12 seconds left on the play clock. Well, the sound in the headset goes off at 14 seconds. So now Scott's no longer available to you. You've got to make that decision on your own. You got to be able to see what they're doing and make the right adjustment, and have the time to make that adjustment and get everybody lined up. So should be interesting, but I think that dynamic is huge. And this is why I've always said, when it comes to young quarterbacks, you really would prefer to pair them up with an offensive-minded head coach, because the relationship between play caller and quarterback may be the most instrumental in all of football. And if that guy's the head coach, even better, right? The relationship between head coach and quarterback is huge. But if it's offensive coordinator and quarterback, that's great until that offensive coordinator shows his greatness to the rest of the league, and somebody comes calling, knocking at the door saying, hey, man, that offensive coordinator looks pretty damn good. We'd like to interview him for our head coaching job. Then what? You know, then the only thing you can hope is you got a quarterback's coach that's still on the staff that you like, hey, this guy was the offensive coordinator's right-hand man, and we think he can come in and pick right up where that offensive coordinator left off at. That's the only hope you got. If not, you're changing systems. You're bringing in a whole new offensive coordinator and a new scheme and a new terminology and verbiage and playbook, and it can be stressful. So anyway, I digress. Take Command for Life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Take Command for Life, writes, what up, Lou? What up, Take Command? Says, I got a day off because of scheduling issue at work, so for once I can actually catch a full stream. We have a top 10 wide receiver core for sure. Always good when you're able to catch it live, man. Appreciate you for spending your off day here, or off night, I should say, with your man Louie T. So I do appreciate you for that. Hope everything's good at work. That said, excuse me, I'm pretty sure if we sat down and we made a list of wide receiving cores in the league, we'd feel damn good about ours. But this is the mistake that people make. I try not to make this mistake. I'm human, so sometimes I fall victim and prey, but I always usually remind myself. You can't say always and usually in the same sentence. I usually remind myself before I make a rash decision that you have to take into account that you're projecting. That's what we're doing. Curtis Samuel hasn't done jack poo diddly squat for us in a Commander's uniform. Hell, he didn't even do it in a Washington football team uniform. Nobody's done jack diddly poo squat in a Commander's uniform yet. But he ain't even do shit in a Washington football team uniform. So we have no idea what we're getting from Curtis Samuel. If you want to play the game of, well, this is what he did in Carolina, this is what we should expect, cool, you can do that, but you're projecting. The only guy on the roster right now, or the only two guys, because Logan Thomas is out right now, the only two guys that we can look at squarely in the eyes and say, hey, I know I'm getting this from you, is Logan Thomas and Terry McLaurin. Logan Thomas, Terry McLaurin, and he's coming off of an injury, is Logan Thomas, and Antonio Gibson. There's no one else that we can look at and say, I know I can trust you to produce, because they haven't done it. So you're projecting with Curtis Samuel. You're projecting with Jahan Dotson. You're projecting with De'Ami Brown, because we didn't get much out of him last year. We've seen Cam Sims play at a good clip, but that was only 400 and some odd yards receiving. It wasn't like he had 700 and something yards receiving. Okay. And there were still a bunch of drops that year with Cam Sims in 2020 as well. With those catches, there were some drops. I said all of that to say this. We're projecting. offensively. When you say we got a top 10 wide receiving core for sure, you're projecting, which is what people do when they make lists. But there are also guys in the league that have already done it. And I think too often we're so quick to dismiss what a guy's done, his body of work. I'm only cool with dismissing a guy's body of work if the future isn't bright, if there isn't still gas left in the tank. I don't want to talk about a guy whose best seasons are behind him and he's not going to perform at that level any longer. But when you make a list, if a guy has done it for 7 years and he's still got 5 or 6 more in front of him of high-level play, how can you just dismiss that because you see a young fella off in the distance coming at a very rapid pace? You can't dismiss what the veteran has done. I feel like that's what people are doing when we look at the quarterbacks. And I'll have a discussion about that, but at a later date and time. I'll say this. I bet you if we sat down and we mapped out the NFL wide receiving cores, we'll probably be able to find 10 more that are better than ours, that have done it, that have produced, that still have good football in front of them, have a quarterback that can get them the rock. I'm pretty sure we could probably find 10 that are in a better predicament, better position, I should say. Not a predicament than we are. But obviously some things have changed. Like, I think Kansas City's wide receiving core might actually be better without Tyreek Hill. I'm not saying that they may necessarily produce better, but look on paper, they've got more weapons, they've got more options than they ever have. But then you look at Dallas, not having Amari Cooper, that's not addition by subtraction. They didn't get better at receiver by losing Amari Cooper, by losing Cedric Wilson. They didn't get better by losing those guys, but they added some guys, but they didn't get better. You know what I'm saying? Green Bay didn't get better by losing Devontae Adams, but the Vegas Raiders did. So you could take Green Bay out of the top 10, but you could probably slide Vegas into the top 10 now. So I think you could find, 10. Just off the top of my head, Buffalo, Miami's got a good group. Denver's got an outstanding group. Obviously, Seattle still got 2,000-yard receivers in DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett. We don't have 2,000-yard receivers, guys. We don't have that. You're projecting. We don't have 2,000-yard receivers. The Cowboys have 2,000-yard receivers on their team. Okay? The Seahawks have 2,000-yard receivers. They don't have a great quarterback situation. But we're not talking about – this is isolated. You're talking about a receiving core. I could go down the list and find the Chiefs have 2,000-yard receivers on their team. Well, I don't know. Do they? I don't think MVS has 1,000 yards under his belt. Obviously, Juju Smith-Schuster does. But I don't think they have another 1,000-yard receiver. I take that back. Mecole Hardman definitely hasn't had a 1,000-yard season in his career. But they've got a bunch of dudes. They got a bunch of dudes. But I mean, the Raiders, they got 2,000-yard receivers on their team. The Chargers have 2,000-yard receivers on their team. I mean, I could go on and on. The Buccaneers have 2,000-yard receivers on their team. And the Vikings have 2,000 yards. You see where I'm going with this? Okay, I think we could sit down and we could come up with 10 teams that have better wide receiving situation. Now, our depth might outlast some teams, but again, you're projecting. You're projecting. So I'm talking about guys that have done it at a high level. Anyway, I think we're hovering around top 10. I don't think we're top 10. I think we're hovering around. And again, we're projecting. We're projecting. Chill Dude, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Chill Dude, thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, we have a chance to be double up. Let me go ahead and double you up real quick. He says, we have a chance to be a top 10 with our tools. I'm still sipping slow. In the back seat, belt on, ready for a smooth ride for a change. Love you, Lou. I love that comment, Chill Dude. I love it, love it, love it, because you just described me. The only difference is I'm in the front seat. But you just described me. I'm sipping slow. I'm in the back. I'm in the front seat. slightly seat recline, slightly like this. Just I'm not back too far, just slight. All right. I'm sipping slow on a beverage that I know if I drink too much of, I can get myself in trouble. But I'm sipping slow. I'm feeling nice. Got a little buzz. Nothing major. I'm good enough to control the radio in the front, not control the wheel. Okay. I feel good. And the reason I can let my guard down, the reason I'm not sitting all the way up in my seat, the reason that I'm allowed to have a drink and I don't have to have laser-like focus is because I think this is going to be a smooth ride. I think the quarterback behind the wheel, okay, I think he's actually going to drive this thing, not be swerving all over the place, not slamming on the brakes when I'm looking down at my phone and damn near giving me a heart attack because I got to look up now because you slamming on the brakes like we about to get in an accident. I actually think it's going to be a pretty chill ride. Like, we're going to navigate this thing the way we're supposed to. We're going to do the things that winning teams do. And I actually think it's going to be a pretty cool ride. So I, like you, kind of feel good. I got my safety belt on. I'm not crazy enough to not wear it, right? I don't trust them that much. But I feel good about where we are, where this season, potentially could be heading, and all the weapons that we have. To your point, we could be top 10 with the tools that we have, for sure. But I don't know. Like a wise man once told me, I'm a pep boy with those tools, fool. We'll see if we pep boys with the tools, or are we just fools? No, we'll see. I think he said, fool, I'm a pep boy with those tools. That sounds about right. See if we a pep boy with those tools or not. Thank you for the super chat, chilled dude. Rob, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. My guy, Rob, thank you for doubling up. Writes, how early and often do you see us throwing deep? I can see that first game of the season against Jacksonville, us trying to make a statement the way that Jay Gruden tried to make a statement back in 2019, early in that season with Terry McLaurin. When you got speed, you want to showcase it to the league. That's not something that you try to sneak up on them, right? You want them to respect the ability to go deep so that it backs the defense up and it gives you more opportunities to run the football, more opportunities to throw the football underneath. So what you want to put on film is, hey, we'll take your ass deep. Okay? We'll throw it over your damn head if you're not careful. I think you'll see some opportunities if they should present themselves. Week 1, I could see them being very aggressive, And, some of that aggressiveness will stem from what you've seen on tape from a team. With Jacksonville, we can't do that. There is no tape. This isn't the same staff from a season ago. So you can't say, well, this is what Jacksonville did on first downs, 62% of the time last year. That shit is irrelevant now. So it might be a filling out process, or we might just go into the game saying, hey, these are our dudes. Here's what we got. Here's what we like. Here's what we want to do. And we'll see if they can adjust to that. That's what G's do. Is they're like, I don't really care what you do, right? I'm going to do what I do well and let you adjust to me. Now, there's something to be said for that, because if the other team doesn't stop the run at all and you're a passing team, but you have the ability to run, maybe this is the week you kind of dial back the passes and say, hey, I'm about to hit them on the ground where everybody else been hitting them at. But, the elite teams in the league say, look, this is what I do. Stop it if you can. And if you can do that when the other team knows what's coming and you can still go out and out-execute them, you're going to be in a really good spot, because it's going to be tough to take away things when teams know what you want to do. I liken it to like Golden State. You know what it is. You know what it is. It's Draymond coming down, dribble handoff, setting a pick. It's a big coming and set a pick for Steph Curry. It's 3 different actions. Curry coming off the screen and looking to shoot. You know what it is. They've been doing it for years. You still can't stop it. Because if you overplay it, somebody's rolling to the rim and they're getting an easy layup. Like, they got counters to this shit. But you know what's coming. You still can't stop it. You can only hope to contain it. It takes a while to get to that point, though. That doesn't happen overnight, where you get to a level where teams know what you're going to do and they can't stop it. But I think we're going to try to make a statement in week 1. We got speed, plenty of it. We got 4 dudes that are 4.4 or better in terms of speed. Our first 4 receivers on the depth chart: De'Ami Brown, John Dotson, Curtis Samuel, Terry McLaurin can flat out run. Period. I think they're going to try to utilize that speed underneath, but I think they're going to take some shots over the top. Now, how does that play out throughout the course of the season? I think a lot of that hinges upon how effective we are running the football, who the opponent is, how they're giving it up over the top. You know, if you're playing against a team that, remember last year, how often we gave up deep passes early in the season? Teams weren't dumb. They took shots against us intentionally. They would run certain concepts against us, knowing that we would be undisciplined, that our eyes would be where they didn't belong, and somebody would end up wide ass open with 15 yards of real estate in every direction to the nearest defender because we weren't disciplined enough on the back end. They knew that. That's why the Saints ran a deep ball against us early in the game and scored a touchdown. That's why the Falcons ran a deep ball against us early in the game and scored a touchdown. That's why the Bills had a deep ball against us. It didn't score a touchdown, but it got them down there close to a touchdown. That's why the Giants had a wide open touchdown and Daniel Jones just slightly overthrew him, but that receiver probably still could have caught it because it hit his hands. I think it was Darius Slayton. You don't think teams see that? The Chiefs scored an easy walk-in touchdown against us. The Buccaneers scored an easy walk-in touchdown later in the season. That was just man-to-man coverage, and Kendall Fuller just got beat. But you don't think teams watch film? They see it. They see that we're struggling on the back end. We're not communicating. Guys are running free in our secondary. So they're going to test you. So I think also the opponent comes into play. Like if you have an opponent that's given up, you know, in the young season, 8 passes of 30 yards or more, you're going to test them vertically. Prove that they can stop it because they haven't to this point of the season. But I do think in that Jacksonville game, we're going to look to make a statement like we did against Philadelphia back in 2019. King of the North, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, King of the North. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. King of the North, who writes, interested to see how Scott uses all the weapons effectively. Don't just run jet sweeps or gadget plays just to do it. Too many weapons can be a challenge and make your play caller go away from things that are working. Do what works. That is so true. That is so true. Sometimes there can be too many cooks in the kitchen. And when you have a number, this is why it's important to have a team full of selfless guys, because if you got a diva out there that demands that he gets, 12 targets and 7 catches every week, it's tough when you got as many weapons as we think we may have, including the running backs. J.D. McKissic is a huge part of the passing game. Antonio Gibson might be a bigger part of the passing game this year. So you have to factor that into the equation as well. But to your point, when you got all of these guys that we feel like can be playmakers that can, maybe, help this offense be more explosive and dynamic, you have to find ways to get them the football, and you can be creative. Like I felt like we were one of the teams that did motions and sweeps, ghost sweeps for just the sake of saying it. Because we were never really handing that football off to that receiver that was coming in ghost motion. That was just eye candy to try to displace the defense, to see what they're in, send a guy in motion. If nobody goes with them, they're playing some form of zone. Somebody runs across the formation with them, they're playing man, that sort of thing. You slide a guy over from one side of the formation to the other side. It changes the strength of the formation. You start seeing linebackers shift, D-line shift other ways, things of that nature. So you want to get them moving around, having to think more. But how about you just hand it off to them every now and again? How about you do some creative things with that? Fake that one way, throw a screen the other way, or fake that one way, fake the screen the other way, and throw the ball back to the dude that originally came in motion. Like, get creative with it. But to your point, at the same time, if we're kicking their ass, just handing it off to Antonio Gibson, Brian Robinson, and with a smatter of J.D. McKissick, don't feel compelled to get away from that to, throw the football because we're not throwing it a lot this game. If we're running it and having success doing it, stick with that. And then, take your shots when they're available, because if you're running it, the fruits of your labor should allow you to take shots down the field. So then take those shot opportunities when they come. But I do think that there is a challenge. There is an art as a play caller to getting the football to as many weapons as we feel like we have on this football team. But that's why you get paid if you're Scott Turner, to figure out, what are the best ways to attack a defense? Who are the guys that need to be like? One of the things I can't stand as a fan, and I've voiced this to you guys before in the past, that I don't understand and I will never understand because it's not hard. It's not rocket science. Okay. Is how your best player, in our case, Terry McLaurin, how he can go a whole half of football with not having a catch, or in certain rare instances, it doesn't happen very often, but not even having a target. I just that behooves me, because if I got a player the caliber of a Terry McLaurin or a Tyreek Hill or Devontae Adams or a Mike Evans, like I just don't understand. I can't fathom how you got a guy with that skill set and he doesn't touch it. On my first possession of the game, I'm getting my best player a touch. I'm making a concerted effort to get him involved. And if it's not the first possession, it's definitely the second. Whether that's a slant, a wide receiver screen, some kind of play where we actually run action to try to get him free, whether it's man-to-man or we got him sitting down in zone coverage somewhere, I'm getting the ball to my best playmaker because I need him engaged. I need the defense to know that if you don't tighten up, it could be one of those days for him. It's hard for one of those days to happen when his first touch isn't until the 2-minute warning right before halftime and it's a 7-yard gain. They're not worried about him. They feel like they've done a masterful job in the first half. He could explode for 99 yards in the second half, including a 43-yard touchdown. Sure, and have 106 yards receiving and a touchdown and on 7 catches. Absolutely, he could. But he ain't going for 200 yards more likely than not. That starts in the first quarter when a dude ends up with 11 catches for 211 and 2 touchdowns. That starts in the first quarter a lot of times. So I don't know how that happens. That's something I'll never understand. You got a stud. I don't give a damn if they got a stud opposite of him. I'm still getting even if I got to hand it to him on a jet sweep, he's getting the rock. Okay? He's getting the football early in the game. Anyway, let me get off my soapbox. Thank you for the super chat, King of the North. Greatly appreciate you. King of the North, once again, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, King of the North, writes, Wentz has always held on to the ball too long. He has been one of those guys. I've said that friends know when to say when. Some guys don't know when to say when in this league. They always feel like they can make a play out of nothing. And listening to him talk, it sounds like he's growing, but he's still got some maturing to do in that, because I can say whatever I want in a press conference with a suit on in, April or in May. It's another thing to actually go out and execute that in September, October, November, December, into January, and hopefully February. Because when the adrenaline gets flowing, you're out there running around on the field, you feel like I can make a play. I can make something happen. I don't have to take this sack. If I elude this rusher, Jahan's going to get free. That could happen. Or you could throw it away and live to fight another day instead of not seeing this defender from the backside coming and knock the ball out your hand. Or throwing across your body because you think you see Logan Thomas open on the opposite side of the field, only to not see that backside corner baiting you into a pick. But that's been Carson Wentz throughout his career. You live with some of those plays because for every one of those mistakes, there's 3 wow plays from Carson Wentz. 3. Which is why that interception total usually doesn't get very high. He usually keeps those mistakes to a minimum. You're going to get them. You're going to get some fumbles. You're going to get some sacks that are unnecessary. One or two interceptions. Like, come on, Carson. Why'd you do that? But for every one of those plays, you get 3 of those. Whoa. What the hell? He should have been sacked twice on that play. We get 30 yards out of that? Crazy. Did you see him extend that on 3rd down and goal from the 7? Shit, we just got a touchdown. That would have been a field goal last year. You get 3 of those for every one of those mistakes. So you got to take the good with the bad, but there's more good than bad. He says, unless he changes that, and he has in parentheses, doubtful, our O-line has to hold up on pass plays. You're right. He does hold on to the football longer than most, which is why we've talked about him pushing the football down the field, because he likes to hold on to it. He's the guy that I made this example earlier, and I was kind of passive aggressively talking about Carson and the trust factor that you have with an offensive coordinator. That's what I'm referring to. Is I called the play for us to get 8 yards. 8 yards isn't sexy, but you know what it is? It's productive on 1st down. Okay. 8 yards is very productive. It isn't sexy. Getting 28 on 1st down, getting 38 on 1st down is sexy. But 8 yards puts us in a great spot to move the sticks and allow me to have a fresh set of downs to call another 3 plays at a bare minimum. So take the 8 yards. Carson has always been the guy that, hey, I know the 8 is there, but what's that 28 down the field talking about? What's that 38 down the field talking about? I'm trying to check on that first. And that's how you teach quarterbacks to progress, is high to low. Okay. That's how you read the defense, high to low. Because obviously I'm not looking to turn down a 40-yard pass just to get 8 because you called it to get 8. But at the same time, if the defense is telling you that, hey, the 8 is where you need to be able to process that quicker instead of forcing it or holding on to it and getting to that 8-yard gain late, potentially, and now it's not even there. So Carson has been a guy that's been known to hold on to the football. I will admit that. And that is something that, as you get later into a guy's career, it's probably not going to change very much. So that's why I said it's imperative that we protect up front. It's imperative that we protect up front, but we also call plays that allows Carson to get it out of his hands quickly, which is what a Scott Turner offense is designed to do, is to get it out of your hands quickly. With all these mesh concepts that we run, where you're putting stress on 1 or 2 defenders in particular and making them make high-low reads. Essentially, you're asking Carson to make a high-low read. You're asking a linebacker to make a high-low read. And if that linebacker decides I'm going to drop back and drift underneath that dig route or underneath that deep crosser that you're trying to throw, all right, then the underneath, should be up open. You take that, or the check downs open underneath. You take that, you get your 6-7 yards, you keep it pushing. If that linebacker responds to the action in front of him, then we know that route behind him should be open and he should be able to get a nice chunk play. So that's what the offense that Scott Turner runs is designed to do. Take advantage of 1 or 2 defenders, put them in a bind, and you're running essentially a 2-on-1 fast break. And Carson's got to make the right decision, and he's got to make it expeditiously. If he can do that, we'll be in good shape. The Phillies Ace 34. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, the Phillies Ace 34, writes, Louie, what's going on, my friend? Since this is Wentz's 3rd team, could this be disaster or 3rd time is the charm? Washington could finish 2nd in the division. Why can't Washington finish 1st in the division? You act like we got like a juggernaut team in this division where, and I know what you're implying here. Oh, well, the Eagles are finishing in 1st, so Washington could finish in 2nd. We'll see about that. Petty of me to go straight to that point of your comment, not talk about the first part, right? I told you I'm petty when it's all said and done. But, I mean, you're right. It could be a disaster. Could be that this is the final straw. 3 strikes and you're out for Carson Wentz. Or it could be, as you mentioned, 3rd time's a charm. And this could be home for Carson Wentz, where he resurrects his career and fulfills the potential that he showed in Philadelphia. He finally actually unlocks all of it and becomes an MVP candidate and maybe even wins one here, leads us to the playoffs, actually stays healthy for the entire playoff run. And, we hoist the Lombardi. That's the goal, right? That's the hope, is that this isn't a 1-year experiment with Carson Wentz, but rather the beginning of a decade-long stretch where he's the signal caller in Washington and giving us opportunities to win football games, make it to the playoffs, and win a Lombardi trophy. You're hoping this is the beginning of a decade-long run with Carson Wentz as our quarterback and us winning division crowns, winning 10-plus games year in, year out, and having a chance and really factoring into the NFC, landscape in terms of Super Bowl contending every year. That's what you hope that this is the beginning of. But 1 year at a time, in order to be talking crazy like, hey, Carson could be here for a decade, he must first get it done in 2022. And then we go from there. Then we start talking extension. Then we start talking, okay, you did it last year. Can you do it again? And then if he does it again, then you say, okay, this is a dude that's legitimate. Now let's go win something worth talking about. So we're going to see. This could be 3 strikes and you're out. Because as I've mentioned, and others like Troy Aikman have mentioned, this is more likely than not his last opportunity to be the unquestioned starter. I'm not saying this is his last chance to start, because I've seen guys get more opportunities, especially as a former first-round pick, to start than a little bit. But it won't be unquestioned. He'll be battling with some young quarterback that they drafted, or he'll be battling with some other guy that they think is good enough to be the starter. It won't be just, hey, this is Carson's team, like it is here in Washington, like it was in Indy, like it was in Philadelphia. So we'll see. But about that second place finish, aha, we'll see about that. Ralph, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Ralph, writes, Louie, you are the man. No, Ralph, you are the man. Says, I've been drinking that damn Kool-Aid already. No sipping. I told you to sip it slow, Ralph. Come on. I'm just excited. I get it, man. I get it. He says, new culture, new staff, new players, new name, best damn team we've had in years. We're going to compete. Just stay healthy. The one thing I can say about Ron since he's gotten here that we haven't been able to say with any other regime other than Gibbs 2.0 since Dan has taken over is that we are going to compete in every single contest. There haven't been many games, sans for that ass whooping on a Sunday night against Dallas, where we just, from the word go, we seem disinterested, distracted, disinterested. Obviously, our season was over. The COVID had ravaged our roster, and Milo Eifler was getting a start and didn't even have a voice or face on the Sunday night starting defensive lineup rundown. It was a train wreck. But generally speaking, since Ron has gotten here, the one thing we've been able to count on week in, week out is that we're going to compete at a high level. No matter how big we're down or how much, we're struggling, we usually fight. That was probably more so evident than ever before in his first year here. How many games were we down big in and rallied? Now, we didn't win those games, but we fought like hell to get back into them and make them competitive. We were down 20-0 against the Giants and had every opportunity to win that football game. We were down 24-0 to the Lions, actually rallied back and tied that game at 27 before the heartbreaking loss 30-27. And there's some other games in there. The Cardinals had us, I'm going to say that game was 23-0. And I think it at one point got to 20. I think they scored again before we got it to a 1-score game, but we fought, we didn't just shut it down. I don't think it ever got to 23-15 because they ended up beating us 30-15, if I'm not mistaken. But we fought like hell in that game, despite being clobbered early in that ball game. And there's so many other games that season that fit in that criteria and category of, hey, man, we were getting our asses whooped early, but here we are fighting. If y'all going to fight, I'll fight. I'm here. And, we even fought last year, despite the injuries, despite COVID, we fought in some game. I mean, to me, the epitome of Ron's tenure here was the Eagles game that they pushed back due to COVID. Garrett Gilbert just got here 3 days before. Nobody probably even knows the dude's name. He's probably still learning other dudes around him name. Not to mention, we got third and fourth string offensive linemen on the field. 2/3 of the defense is out of that game. And yet we were up. We were up. I think we were up at halftime. If we weren't up at halftime, we were up in the first quarter. We were up 10-0. We should have been 14-0 in that game. And they didn't run away and hide until the fourth quarter of that game. We fought. That's what we've been since Ron has taken over, is a team that fights every week. No matter what the circumstances are, or how the chips may be facing us in chips up or down, we fight. So I got to give Ron credit for that. Staying healthy is going to be vital and crucial to the success of this team. I've talked about it before. I can't state that enough. I don't really need to harp on it. You guys know the impact that staying healthy has on an NFL roster. Continuity is key. The more you have guys playing with one another, the better off you are. The better you have, the more of your most talented guys you have on the field, the better opportunity you have to be successful. I don't have to tell you that. But to your point, I wouldn't say the culture is new. This is something he's been working towards since he got here. So the culture has been ever changing. We feel like the culture has been shifting ever since he's gotten here. Still not a finished product, but I think we are heading in the right direction. But I think just the new uniform, the new name, the brand new feel to this thing, I think it gives it more life. All right. I think it gives it more life. So we'll see. We'll see. But for someone like yourself, it clearly has given you more life as a fan, more hope as a fan. Doesn't hurt to have more talent, which we do this year. That doesn't hurt to have a quarterback, which we feel like we do this year. But it also helps that it's a new name. It's a new and look, we didn't want this. We wanted to be the Redskins. Like, I'm not sitting here championing, Commanders, but this is the reality of the situation. We knew this. It's not like Redskins stopped being the name last month and now it's Commanders. We've had time to process everything and move on, properly bury Redskins. It's not coming back. If we had it our way, we'd still be the Redskins. Clearly, that's not the case. But being that we had to move on, we had to turn the chapter in the page, we're the Commanders now. Do you love that name? Doesn't matter. That's the name. So now we're going to roll with it. Love the helmets. Now I want to see how the uniforms look and see if all of these confluence of things coming together equals winning and a reinvigorated fan base. Because I can talk about all of this shit till my face turns blue. New uniforms, new look, new feel, new name, new identity, all this talent. I can talk about all that shit. If we're still losing football games, who the hell cares about any of it? None of us do. Okay? Not the people that have checked out, that stopped coming to games, not the former season ticket holders that swear they're not coming back until things change. No one cares. Winning trumps all. You want the stadium to look like it did in 2012? Win. That's what they did in 2012. They won games. And by the time we got to week 17, winner takes all versus Dallas, that stadium was filled with Washington fans, not Cowboys fans. You want week 18 in 2022 to look similar to the way that it did in 2012? Win football games. And the rest will take care of itself. Thank you for the super chat, Ralph. Slow down. Sip slow, Ralph. Sip slow. Big Money Sonny, my guy, Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you as always. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Big Money Sonny writes, Wentz will be rocking this year. No need to worry there. Top 5 dead or alive. I know. You already know. Peace, brother, and salutes. Cherry. Thank you for that, as always, Big Money Sonny. I love your confidence. As I've said numerous times, I can't co-sign it right now, but we'll see what happens, in the upcoming season and what Carson Wentz is able to do with this new lease on life. Part of the reason that we're so excited is because of Carson Wentz. You can try to deny it all you want if you don't believe in wins, so you want to take a wait and see approach, which is perfectly fine. I'd actually say that that's probably the best approach to take. Big Money Sonny's diving in head first, not checking the temperature of the water. It's ice cold. He doesn't care. He's like, the best way to get in is to just jump in. There's some validity to that. When you want to ease your way in and you get that water touching your skin, ooh, it's cold. And it take you a while because it's cold. When you don't allow yourself to feel that it's cold, but just jump in and your whole body just gets shocked at once, it helps you get over it faster. Now, if it's too damn cold, your body will go into hypothermia and you kill your damn self. But it ain't that cold, right? The water ain't that damn cold. It's just cold. You would like the water to be at 83 degrees. It's probably at 72 degrees. That's cold. It's at 75 degrees. That's still cold. So you can look at it either way. I myself am I'm gonna just ease my way into this wall. Ooh, it's cold. Ooh, it's cold. It's cold. It's cold. It's cold. But at least I know that it's cold. And if I so choose to not get all the way in, I don't have to. Whereas if you just dive in, you in now. Whatever happens, you in now. We find out later that some kid peed in the pool or somebody took a nice deuce in the pool. I can say, hey, my face ain't touched the water. I ain't jump all the way in. If you dove all the way in, you're like, hey, you might have a little fecal matter residue, up around the neck area. You might want to go wipe that off, We, as fans of this team, we've been shitted on so much. We just choose to be a little bit more cautious. And so I want to believe in Wentz just as much as the next man. I think, and I've said this already, I think he's poised for a big season. I think that this is the best supporting cast he's ever had in his entire life, not just, in the NFL. I think even going back to college, this is the best supporting cast he's ever been surrounded with. And so I think this is an opportunity for him to really play well. And I think he will seize that opportunity. The talent is here. It's not like we've never seen this guy play at a high level before. That said, I haven't seen him do it in a Washington uniform. So I'm not here to assume anything. I want to see it happen first before I dive all the way in. But I'm hopeful. And the thing that I can definitely say definitively without any question is that he's the best quarterback we've had since Kirk Cousins. That's not up for a debate. So just in that respect and regard by itself, you separate everything else. Just look at that in a box, okay? Isolate that for a second. If that's not enough to get you excited, and I get it, it's a low bar. It's Alex Smith. It's Dwayne Haskins, may he rest in paradise. It's Case Keenum. It's Taylor Heineke. It's Kyle Allen. I get it. The bar has been set very low. It's Garrett Gilbert. Okay. Bar has been set relatively low. I understand that. But it's not like it's Ryan Fitzpatrick. It's not like we just barely creeped over the bar. That's what Ryan Fitzpatrick was last year, which is why I couldn't get excited. Because, yeah, he was better than what we had trotted out the year before, but not by much. Not by much. We're way exceeding the bar that has been set, the standard that has been set here in Washington for the quarterback position. Carson Wentz is exceeding that by a ton with his upside, his ability, his talents, all of that. So now it's about just being consistent here, staying healthy, playing at a high level week in and week out, not just doing it one week and then not seeing that level of play. That's what we got from Heineke. Heineke had flashes. He had games, but it was in week 2, then it was again in week 4, and then we didn't see that guy again until like week 10. That's losing ball. when your quarterback is that inconsistent. So I said all of that to say this. I myself, and there are a number of fans out there. I know Mega is all in just like you are. Shout out to my guy Mega 412. There's certain of you out there that are all in. You're diving in. Don't want to check the temperature of the water. Don't care. For most of us, we've been scarred and we're scorned, and we just want to make sure before we commit to anything. So we're going to mosey our way into the water. Ooh, it's cold, it's cold, it's cold, it's cold. But at least we know if we decide we don't need to get the rest of our body wet, we won't. Because we'll know. It won't take us very long with Carson Wentz to figure out if we made a mistake here or not. It won't take us very long because we know what he's capable of. It won't take a full season. Like last year with Heineke, you were like, hey, you kept trying to convince yourself he hasn't had enough starts yet. Give him a chance. Oh, look at this game. He was outstanding. Look at this game. He was outstanding. He's got it in him. So you wanted to keep giving him chances. But at a certain point, you're like, okay, all right. Okay, guy. Okay, I get it. Okay, I see what this is. You just can't. There's certain limitations that you have physically that you just aren't going to be able to overcome. And that's okay. That's okay. There are no such limitations being placed on Carson Wentz. Anything that he doesn't get done is either from a mental standpoint or him trying to do too much. Physically, he was blessed, and he's going to be able to do everything that we have. What have you heard all off season from coaches, players alike? You can tell that it's been echoed so many times that now the players are repeating it. I remember during Joe Gibbs 1.0, one of the things that was it's refreshing now. Back in the day, it could be frustrating, was that our players were like robots. Joe Gibbs would pound the same message into their heads so much. The message was across the board unified that they would come out and they would sound like programmed robots that was being deployed by Joe Gibbs. So when a member of the media would ask a question, man, we're going to need all 63,000 of the fans to show up because the Arizona Cardinals, they're tough, man. They're a tough team. And then they start rattling off players that are good on the Arizona Cardinals. They got Lomax. They got a bunch of guys that could hurt us, man. If we don't come with our best effort, they'll beat us. The Cardinals are 1-10, Joe. What are you talking about? Charles, man, what are you talking about? What are you talking about, Gary Clark? They suck. Well, that's what Joe told us 15 times this week. I'm hearing the same shit over and over again from coaches and players alike. That Carson Wentz, they haven't played with Carson Wentz. Half of these dudes don't even know what Carson Wentz is about. They were either in college or they were just NFL players. This is one thing I think a lot of you make the mistake of thinking, that players, like NBA players, are well aware of what other players are doing around the league. They're really in tune and in sync to what's going on around the league. They sit at home on an off night. They're watching League Pass. A lot of these football players have no idea what the hell is going on around the rest of the league. They have tunnel vision, and when they have an off day, if they're spending it watching football, it's not going back and watching 6 or 7 other games that came on the day previous. It's the one game that's on that night, on Monday Night Football. You might get a chance to see those two teams play. But for the most part, they don't have the opportunity to sit at home and watch League Pass and watch every game around the league that night and say, oh, man, this dude's out here balling. They don't know what the hell's going on. They haven't watched that guy on film. If they haven't played against him, they have no clue. Half of these dudes didn't play against Carson Wentz, haven't seen him before. He was in the AFC last year. Have no clue what Carson Wentz is about. But yet, they were able to say, hey, got a big arm, going to help us push the ball down the field. You know, big, strong guy, big arm, going to help this offense be more explosive. Where have we heard that before? Okay. These are defensive guys saying this shit. This ain't coming from offensive dudes. And offensive dudes are saying it too. But it's the same shit Ron's been saying all offseason. They're a big, strong guy. And then they always start out by telling us, hey, we really appreciate what Taylor Heineke. You don't have to do that every time, by the way. Okay, we get it. You appreciate Taylor Heineke, but I've said this. When someone gives you a compliment or someone says no disrespect or someone says, I don't mean any harm, but they do mean harm or they do mean disrespect. You know why? Because after this conjunction is dropped, but, however, guess what's coming? Every word of the next sentence, guess what it's going to be? Disrespect. Okay? We love what Taylor Heineke gave us, but he's a competitor, this, that, and the third. But Carson offers us the ability to push the football down the field. You're essentially telling us Taylor Heineke couldn't. We know that. So I think there is a reason to be excited about that and all of the things that he brings to the table. But at the end of the day, we all want to see, except for a small few of you out there. We all want to see it first. All right. Anyway, I digress. King of the North, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. King of the North writes, if Robinson turns out to be a good short yardage back, that will help us improve tremendously, especially in the red zone. Facts. I can't state this enough. It's not only just in the red zone. It's getting to the red zone. You know how many of our drives last year stalled out because of the inability to get yardage in a third down or a fourth down situation? And one game sticks out like a sore thumb. I've already mentioned this game, but I'll say it again. That Seattle game, that was as frustrating a watch as we had last season, because there's nothing more frustrating. Because even that Dallas game, I wasn't frustrated. I was embarrassed. You finally get on Sunday Night Football. I hadn't been on Sunday night in years because they said you guys are trash. So they put us on Sunday night for the season finale in 2020. That shit doesn't count. It was the one game that had any playoff implications. We played a backup quarterback. Alex Smith was able to give us, something in that game, but he was horrible after the first two possessions or so. He was terrible. No, that drive before halftime, he was good. After that, the second half, he was abysmal, But they had Jalen Hurts and then Nate Sudfeld. I mean, it's a terrible game, okay? We haven't been invited to Sunday Night Football with the original guest list. We haven't been invited to Sunday Night Football in years. And the first time we get an invite, that's what we do. You want to know why we didn't get invited back this year? Because we soiled ourselves last year. We embarrassed ourselves. I wasn't upset. I was disappointed last year on Sunday Night Football. The most frustrating game to watch was a win for me last year. It was some frustrating. The Saints game was frustrating, very winnable game. Chiefs game was frustrating. Packers game was frustrating. The Broncos game was it was infuriating. But I was more frustrated with the Seahawks game because it's a winnable football game. We're on a hot streak. We shouldn't be playing with our food right now. My son wants to take a bite of his chicken nugget and then he wants to get up, come in the living room, see what we doing. Stop playing with your food, son. Sit down and eat. Your food's getting cold. We played around with Seattle to the point where Russell Wilson tried to have some magic at the end of the damn game. We almost lost to the damn Seahawks because we couldn't convert on at least 3 third and 1, 3rd and 2, 3rd and short, 4th and 1s throughout the course of that game. And I'm pretty sure there are other times throughout the course of the season where we had 3rd and short, 4th and short that we didn't convert, or we had to punt because we weren't in a great position on the field and you weren't going for it there, but we didn't convert 3rd and 1, or we decided to run it on 3rd and 2 and we didn't get it. Whereas the year before, Peyton Barber was damn near automatic. Brian Robinson is going to help not only in that aspect, but as Ron has said very eloquently, and he can do more than just get tough yards and yards after contact. He can do so much more than that. So he's definitely going to help bolster that running back room. I think he's the missing piece there, honestly. Trevor Patch, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Trevor Patch, writes, thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Dax with Zach's sloppy seconds, interesting or important? It's interesting. It's not important. It's interesting. I mean, it's a conversation, right? But I haven't seen her. How sloppy is she? You know, I mean, I don't know what Zach had going on, but she might be a catch. She might be a hell of a catch. You know, might be his soulmate for all we know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know the situation, but it's interesting. It's not important. You know what it is. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Metaphor, who writes, diet. No more Kool-Aid. I got that Crystal Light punch. Hey, as long as you know your limitations, okay? If you're chasing after sobriety, this punch isn't for you. That doesn't mean you can't still have a good time. The misconception is that you got to be drunk, you got to be lit to have a good time. You can go out. There are people that go out and have a great time and their lips never touch a drop of alcohol. But for some, it enhances the fun, okay? So if you over there, you sipping on your Crystal Light, you can still mingle with those that are, you know, over here sipping, or some that are guzzling, all right? And at this point are probably past their limit and have been well overserved. You can still mingle with those folks, because at the end of the day, we all family. We all are here for the same goal, right? But the beauty of not being drunk or intoxicated is that when things happen, you can remain level-headed. When you are drunk, you become over-invested. When you're overserved, you become so reactionary to every single thing that happens. I guarantee you, the overserved individuals in this fan base, if we were to lose to Jacksonville week 1, the season is over, the sky is falling, fire Ron, fire Scott, fire Jack. Those are the overserved individuals, okay? Those are the ones that when things go poorly, you need to distance yourself. And when things go well, you need to distance yourself, because there's no middle with those people, right? We win big against Jacksonville, Super Bowl, here we come. We lose against Jacksonville or barely beat them. Oh, we're terrible. This season's going to be terrible, and we're going to have a top 10 pick. Top 5. That's what they like to say. Top 5 every year. Top 5 pick. We could blow the doors off of Jacksonville and still end up being an 8-win team this year. The two, there's no correlation between winning in week 1 and, you know, making the playoffs or having a out-of-body experience type of season. It goes. I can tell you this: winning in week 1 helps. It doesn't hurt. Okay. No one wants to be 0-2. No one wants to be staring down the prospects of being 0-2. That's uncomfortable. We are there quite too often. Just about every single year, we're 0-1 after week 1, and now we're talking about, is this code red in week 2? Do we have to win? That shit gets old after a while. You get tired of losing in week 1 and then starting to look down the schedule to see who's next, to see, hey, maybe if we lose in week 2, we might be able to dig ourselves out of hole. Remember, we were doing that shit last year. Why? Because we knew Buffalo was sitting in that 3 hole. And we were like, look, we needed to beat the Chargers because we struggle against the Giants. And if we don't beat the Giants, we're 0-2. We're definitely not going to Buffalo and winning. We're definitely not going to Buffalo and winning. So you're now 0-3. Your season's over. Your season's done before it even got a chance to get started. Aren't you tired of that? Isn't that old? Don't you get tired of losing in week 1 and now having to figure out ways to not be in a cold red game before the turn of the calendar to October? Aren't you tired of doing that? That's old. It felt so good in 2020 to win week 1. Even though after winning in that game, I think we lost the next 5 of them. At least we weren't in cold red mode in week 2. You know what I'm saying? Like there was still hope. Even though we were 1-5 because the rest of the division stunk, we had a win under our belt. We were like, hey, we're only 1 game out of first place. If we were 0-6, we would have been 2 games to 3 games out of first place. I said all of that to say this. Sip slow. This is why I caution you to sip slow, because when you guzzle the Kool-Aid, you become overreactionary. Every single thing that happens, you've got to fly off the handle, whether good or bad. It's not healthy to be at too far of the spectrum either way, either end. It's not healthy. That's why I try to always preach being somewhere in the middle. I'm not saying you got to be right in the middle. Even keel would be great, but you could be leaning towards, shoveling down a little bit more than you should. Or you can say, you know what, I'm going to fall back a little bit. I took a couple of sips, a little bit stronger than I would like it to be. I'm going to put the cup down. I'm good. That's fine too. But what I always try to caution you guys, and I try to guard against, is the overreaction to 1 game, 2 games, 3 games. It's a long season. This thing is not a sprint. It is a marathon. It is not how you started, it's how you finish. We can start the season off 7-1, but if you finish those final 9 games at 1-8, guess what? You're 8-9, and you missed the playoffs. Conversely, you could start the season off at 1-6, and in those final 10 games, you go 8-2. Well, now you're 9-8, and you got a chance. I'm not saying you're going to make it because you had to dig yourself out of a very, very deep hole that you dug for yourself. But to come from 1-6 to 9-8, that's a hell of an accomplishment, even if you fall short of the postseason. It's not always how you start, it's how you finish. So, anyway, you got that Crystal Light punch. Do your thing, Wody. You can drink as much of that as you want, too. I don't have to tell you to sip slow on that one. Barry Gray Beats. Stand up. You are officially the newest member of the MOBB, Barry Gray Beats. Thank you for becoming a member of the MOBB squad. You know what to do. Open your arms wide. Welcome our guy Barry into the mix. Show him what it's like to be a member of the MOBB. Speaking of which, I reserved 8 tickets to the August 6th open practice. Or I said 8, right? Yes, August 6th. I reserved 8 tickets. I have no intentions of going to this shindig, but I figured some of you would like to go. So if you're a member of the mob or you're a member on Patreon, I think I'm going to give away 4 to Patreon members, 4 to Mob Squad members. So if you're interested, when we get the time gets closer and we get near that time, I will let you guys know how you can get your hands on some of those tickets. Maybe I decide to go. You'll be able to kick it with me. Maybe I don't decide to go. I don't know what I'm going to do. August 6th is a ways away. Don't know what my schedule will look like. Don't even know if I'll be in town for that weekend or whatever the case may be. But at the end of the day, these are some of the perks that come with being a member of the MOBB. As you know, you're going to be eligible to win 2 tickets to each of the home games. As a member of the MOBB, I'll be giving away tickets to each home game of the season. I think we have 9 home games this year. We had 8 last year, which was the first year of 17. I think we have 9 home games this year, if I'm not mistaken. So I'll be giving away all 9 games. So again, there are perks, early access to things, so many more. And then just being a part of the MOBB is an experience onto itself. So anyway, I said all that to say this. Barry Gray Beats, welcome to the squad. Glad to have you. Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Big Money Sonny, my guy. Big Money Sonny. Right. Big homie, we were talking about this yesterday, and I didn't know you've been doing this for almost 10 years. Looked back and found some dapper pics of you. LOL. Cheers to you, Lou. Cheers to you. Yeah. A decade, man. August 1st will be a decade that I started the Louie T Network. And man, it's been a wild ride. So many ups and downs, but I'm so excited about what the future holds. You know, it's not often I stop to reminisce or take the time to acknowledge where I am, but you know, a decade in is a pretty significant milestone. So I'll definitely kind of reflect on that. But yeah, you go back in the archives, it's not pretty. I'm not always pleased with some of my behavior, and I'm definitely not pleased with some of the way the videos aesthetically looked, and you know, some of the ways I looked, you know, trying to be professional with my little whiteboard and my little pointer, and then I had a gold stick that I had at one point. It was interesting, but I made it work, right? Anyway, I digress. Thank you for the super chat. Big Money Sonny. Greatly appreciate you. B. Smitty, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Who writes, sup, Lou? Sup, Smitty? Cole Turner going to be a red zone monster. That's the hope, you know. And I don't want to just put him in a box and limit him to just a red zone machine, right? But that was what he was at Nevada. Yeah, Nevada. That's what he was at Nevada. So the assumption is that that part of his game translates. Running routes, getting open, separating. Not sure if that's going to separate or if that's going to translate or not. Much better athletes than the ones he saw in the Mountain West. And, you know, yeah, he's got a receiver background, but, you know, is he going to be able to consistently get open? I don't know. We'll see. But one thing is for certain, you can't teach 6'7" with a wingspan of a guy that's 7'2", and the ability to go up and high point the ball, body control, to adapt and adjust to where the ball is thrown, and hands. You can't coach those things. Either you have them or you don't. He has them. So that is something he'll be able to take advantage of. So hopefully he's able to do that. And not just inside the red zone. I'm hoping he's able to do that in all portions of the field. So looking forward to seeing Cole Turner. And we may have to see more of Cole Turner than we really would like to early in this season due to the injury to Logan Thomas. Don't know the status of Logan Thomas and how long he'll be on the shelf to start the season. But my assumption is that he will not be back for the start of the regular season. So I've got him on the same timeline as Chase Young, meaning he'll be on the PUP list to start the season off, miss the first 6 weeks, and we probably won't see him until week 7 or some week thereafter. So we'll see. Got another super chat here from 1/6 Devil Doc. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, 1/6 Devil Doc writes, what up, Lou? What up, 1/6 Devil Doc? Also, shout out to your wife. I'm not as confident as Big Money Sonny, but sign me up for Wentz top 12 dead or alive. I probably would put my John Hancock on a top 12 dead or alive. I can put my Hancock on that, but that's still disrespectful to the other guys that are probably ahead of him on the list. He says, hoping Big Money Sonny is right, though. Great job as always. Cherry emoji. I would be more likely, I'd still need some convincing, but I would be more likely to sign off on, Wentz top 12 dead or alive than top 5. So, but I'm pretty sure, just like I said, when somebody brought up, I want to say it was my guy, Take Command for Life, brought up that we were a top 10 wide receiving core. Just like I think I would easily be able to come up with 10 receiving cores that are better. I think I come up with 12 quarterbacks that are better than Carson Wentz, that have a chance to be, better this upcoming season and into the future. So we'll see. I remember when I made my list, he was 16th. So he's not that far off from 12, which is why I would be willing to put my Hancock on that. If we feel like this is his best supporting cast, if we feel like this is the right situation for him, right offensive coordinator, offensive line, things of that nature, we think this is the right situation for him. It's nothing for him to go from 16 to 12. And again, my list is my list. I'm objective when I make that list, but sort of biased. If the Eagles fan is making the list, Wentz isn't 16. He's probably more like 20. So obviously everyone's list is different. We've all seen the list where this dude is lower than Justin Fields and Daniel Jones, and he's like at 29 or some craziness. You're like, what? That's nonsense. Yeah. Again, it's all in who's making the list. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. And for some, they're just looking to get a reaction out of you. Because as we all know, I want you to love me or hate me, but I want you to feel something. Apathy is the absolute worst reaction, or in that case, no reaction you can get out of people, because they don't care one way or another. You can do whatever you want. You have no impact on the way that they feel. They could care less. That's a dangerous place to be. So some people just make lists for the sake of getting a rise out of you, to evoke some type of emotion out of you, get people talking. Anyway, I digress. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Metaphor writes, I heard he caught a good ball. I heard he had a style, and so I came to watch him and Jahan for a while. And there he was, this young boy, stranger to the draft, strumming your pain with his fingers. They sticky too. Anyway, I hope we're doing a lot of singing this year. I hope we're doing a lot of singing, man. To teams around the league, I hope there's a lot of slow singing and flower bringing. And of course, we doing the slow singing and flower bringing, right? We don't want to be on the wrong end of that. But I am looking to have a lot of teams dressed in all black with a lot of slow singing and flower bringing. I don't mind singing. If we doing some winning, I don't mind doing some singing. Anyway, thank you for the super chat. At least it wasn't Jodeci. I'm proud of you, Metaphor. I'm proud of you. David Hardy, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, David Hardy, writes, what scares me the most, since 2017, we have played 3 quarterbacks. We missed Barber last season more than we wanted to admit. I don't want to overstate the importance of Peyton Barber, which is why after we initially released him, I said what I said. I voiced my opinion and I let it go. Because we weren't terrible to the point where we couldn't function in short yardage situations, right? We weren't terrible. And I don't want to overstate that. But we weren't as proficient as we were the year before. It was damn near automatic in 2020. You put Peyton Barber on the field in a 3rd and short or a 4th and short, you're like, oh, we got this shit. I have never been that confident in my life as a fan in short yardage situation before. Never. So that was a luxury that I thought, with an offense like ours that was a nickel and dime offense that Had to put together 12 and 13. That was I thought that was a luxury we could ill afford to lose. Yep, you wanted to err on the side of the upside of Jarrett Patterson and what he could bring to the table. Is Jarrett Patterson pounding it in there for a first down on 3rd and 1? Because if he is, bring him on. I have no problems. But to ask Antonio Gibson, yep, he's a bigger back. He should be able to do it. But he's not a natural runner. There's a certain, energy that you have to have, and a know-how really is what it boils down to. Peyton Barber would get hit. It's not like Peyton Barber wasn't getting hit behind the line of scrimmage. Peyton Barber was getting hit behind the line of scrimmage. Peyton Barber was getting contacted at the line of scrimmage, and he would contort his body. He would fight. He would fall backwards. He was crawling on top of body. He was doing whatever it took to get that yard or two that needed to be got to move the sticks. He would not be denied. There's an art to that. Not everybody has that. Yeah, we missed him. One thing that I am growing really tired of is the lack of success. And I don't know if this is what you were referencing, but I'm going to talk about it anyway. The lack of success we've had against NFC East quarterbacks. Daniel Jones sucks against every other team in the league except us. I can't explain it. I'm sick of it. But Daniel Jones plays his best brand of football anytime he sees burgundy and gold. He owns a winning record against us. He does not own a winning record against any other team around the league except us. Where are we at now? 9-1 against Dak Prescott, I think it is now. I'm sick of Cowboys fans flaunting and flossing that shit around. Oh, you guys can't beat Dak. That's 9-1 against you. Kick rocks. It's only one way to curtail that. To shut Cowboys fans up, to stop Daniel Jones from Daniel Jones stands and supporters and apologists. It's only one way to stop them from feeling like Daniel Jones belongs in the league, and that's to stop letting him abuse us. To play some of his best games against. Stop that shit. Beat Dak Prescott. Home, away, it doesn't matter. Beat his ass. I feel like I think his name was Big J or something, Lil J in All About the Benjamins at the beginning. Shoot his ass, baby. Shoot his ass. I think he said shoot his ass. Get his ass, baby. Get his ass. That's how I feel about that. Get his ass, baby. Get his ass. Sick of his shit. Sick of it. We got him week 4 in Dallas. I hope we are 3-0. Riding high with tons of more. Are we back? I don't know what happened there. I apologize for that inconvenience, but we should be back like cook crack. For those of you out there want to know what the hell is going on, I do too. I don't know what happened. Don't ask me. I don't know what happened, but we're back. Anyway, sorry for that once again. And Quentin Ruiz, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Quentin Ruiz, writes, I'm definitely buying it. If everything clicks, which I believe it will, I can't see any D stopping us. We can't hurt ourselves, and we will be good. One thing that we've done in the past is with Ron, under Ron Rivera, that is we haven't really beaten ourselves with a ton of penalties. You know, when we have those rare games where we have penalties that derail drives, it's frustrating because it doesn't happen very often. So if we can just do the little things correctly, execute the way that we're supposed to, I think we'll be fine. You know, top 10 might be a bit aggressive with all of these quarterbacks that are elite and all the weapons that they have around them. You know, Denver with Russell Wilson, and Kansas City, Patrick Mahomes, and the Chargers, Justin Herbert, the Bengals with Joe Burrow, Deshaun Watson if he doesn't get suspended, and what they'll be able to do in Cleveland, and Josh Allen in Buffalo. Not to mention, that's just all in the AFC, man. I haven't even gotten Lamar Jackson's coming back. I mean, I don't know. I haven't even gotten to the NFC, you know, and there's not a ton out here, but it's enough. The Rams are out here. The Packers still exist. I didn't even mention the Raiders and what they'll probably look like offensively this year. But, you know, there's a few teams, 49ers, don't know what they're going to look like. They're intriguing. The Cardinals, they're teams that are going to be interesting to watch. But I feel like we should be able to throw our name in the hat and say, hey, don't forget about us. I'm not saying we'll be top 10, but I think we can hover around the top 10. And there's no shame in that. You don't have to be top 10 in every statistical category to win a Super Bowl or to be close to winning one. But you do have to make your mark in certain areas, you know. So we'll see what happens. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Metaphor, writes, I think Wentz gonna be sniffing 5K, Audi 5,000. I'm definitely not co-signing that. I can't even wrap my brain around a 5K passer here in Washington, and it almost happened with Kirk Cousins, and you could see that happening because we had 2,000-yard receivers, and we knew they were both capable. We knew what Pierre was capable of. He had already done it in Washington. You know, I mean, he had been here since Robert was here, and he put up some big numbers and was outstanding by the time Kirk got here, and you know, was playing, I should say, as the starter, and was ready to do that. Pierre had already established himself as a fan favorite here in Washington. Deshaun had already made his mark in the league. We knew what he was capable of, so we knew what we were getting. We have no clue what we are getting out of these guys. Again, we're projecting. When we talk about the talent on this offense, outside of Terry McLaurin, and if Curtis Samuel is healthy and they can get the most out of him, outside of Terry Curtis and J.D. McKissick, Antonio Gibson, and a healthy Logan Thomas, we have zero idea what we're getting out of anybody else. None. You know, like to think we know what we can count on Cam Sims for, but we don't know what we're getting out of De'Ami Brown, Jahan Dotson, you know, John Bates year 2. We don't know what Cole Turner is going to be. Brian Robinson, we think we know, but you're not sure. Like, we can't be 100% certain that those guards are going to step in here and not miss a beat, and Andrew Norwell and Trey Turner. We have no clue, right? We're assuming, we're projecting. But in order to get to 5,000 yards, you got to have 2,000-yard receivers, another dude pushing a G, and either your tight end position as a whole or one of your tight ends has to be sniffing around 1,000. So let's say that as a whole, because we expect Logan Thomas to miss significant time, let's just say the entire group as a whole combines for 834 yards. That's solid. You'll take that. That's how you get to 5,000. You got 2,000-yard receivers, another dude at 897, the tight end position as a whole, that's at 824. So that's 1,600 plus your 2,000-yard receivers. That's 36 right there. Plus the little change that flows over from the extra yardage. It might be 37 or 38, depending on how much of that change flows over. Right? Then you add in the running backs and then those ancillary receivers that I talked about. De'Ami Brown might not be good for 700-800 yards, but he might be good for 427, right? Cam Sims might not be good for his career high, which is like 470 something. He might not be good for that again, but he might be good for 372. You add that in there, sprinkle in a couple of, running back position numbers, and all of a sudden you find yourself at 4,800 yards. That's highly unlikely, guys. Like, pipe down. Okay, that's what I talk about when I'm saying you over there shoveling it down and you're drunk. 5,000. And I know you're being facetious, metaphor. I know you're not serious, but I'm just saying there's somebody out there that is serious about Carson Wentz throwing for 5,000 yards. He's never done that in his career. Even his MVP year that he was on the verge of having in Philadelphia, he wasn't even close. And had he stayed healthy, he wouldn't have approached 5,000 yards passing. He'd probably been like 4,500 or something like that. Maximum. I think he still would have been like 40, 43 something when it was all said and done. Because I think he ended up with like 3,600 yards that year. He only missed the final like 3 or 4 games of the season. Not like he was going to be throwing for 300, 400 yards every week. So, I can't see that happening. Just for anybody out there that wants to throw that in there. David Hardy, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, David. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Wentz has an average of 27 touchdowns a season. I think Terry will have much more. That's, like I said, his average in his career has been somewhere in that 27 to 33 range. That's generally where he ends up. So I'd like to think that just by virtue of that, Terry's going to have more opportunities to score because the offense will be better. We'll be in positions to score more. There'll be more big play opportunity, touchdown chances for Terry. But just because we score more passing touchdowns doesn't mean they have to go to Terry McLaurin. You all of a sudden you have a Cole Turner. You have a healthy Curtis Samuel. You have a Jahan Dotson. You have other guys that could easily eat up. And Terry could still be right there at his 6, 7 touchdowns. Meanwhile, Cole Turner has 5. Jahan Dotson has 5. Curtis Samuel has 4, but he also has 2 rushing. Like, that takes away from Terry's opportunities to score touchdowns as well. So he can still be in that same neighborhood. Just because we have more passing touchdowns doesn't mean Terry's going to be the recipient of 3 or 4 more than in the past. You would hope that, he's able to do that. And we still are able to get Jahan 5 or 6 and Curtis 5 or 6 and, Cole Turner 3 or 4 and Logan Thomas and J.D. McKissick and all these guys catching passes out of the backfield or catching passes for touchdowns, things of that nature. But we'll see. We'll see what happens and how all of this shakes out, how they're able to spread the football around. I think that's going to be key, is how do you distribute the football amongst all of these guys that we think have a chance to be playmakers? How do you get everybody involved? How do you keep defenses honest? Now that we cried and complained about not having enough weapons, how Terry's got to carry the load by himself. Now we have an inordinate amount of weapons and options to get the football to. How do we deploy them? I think that's one of the things that I'm most excited to see. You won't find that out until the regular season. You won't find that out in the preseason. They'll keep it vanilla. They'll do basic things in the preseason. You may not even see some of these guys in the preseason. I wouldn't be shocked if they told Curtis Samuel, hey, you good. We'll see you in week 1. Keep him on the shelf in bubble wrap. I I wouldn't be shocked. I want to see how they utilize all these weapons that we have, though. We'll see. Anyway, thank you for the super chat, David Hardy. Get caught up. Get caught up. Get caught up. Get caught up. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes? I don't think Brian Robinson gets enough love. I can see him making an impact in the run game, giving him a crease, and he can break you off something proper. I think Brian Robinson is going to be a much bigger part of this offense than people think. You know, I don't want to dismiss Gibby and what he was able to do. He turned in 1,000-yard season last year. That was on the heels of an impressive rookie campaign where he had double-digit touchdowns. I think we feel like Gibby is an integral part of this offense. But there was a fumbling issue last year. There was a problem with him fumbling the football, and there is still a short yardage problem with Gibby at times where he doesn't get his pad level low enough, doesn't find the right crease. So I do think there is a niche for Brian Robinson to carve out for himself. And what we've seen is that when guys find a way onto the field, sometimes they end up expanding their role. It first starts out as, hey, let's get it to him in short yardage. And then all of a sudden, he breaks 2 or 3 tackles on a short yardage run. Like, hey, no, you stay in there. No, stay in there. Get a couple more carries. And now all of a sudden, he breaks another tackle and gets 8 when it was blocked for 3. And you're like, whoa, wait a minute. He needs something. He's getting lathered up. Let's leave him out there. And all of a sudden now, Gibby's not on the field. So I could see a situation where he starts to get more touches than we anticipated. But I think that might also lead to the evolution of Antonio Gibson as a pass catcher too. Like that's the beauty of having Gibby, is that he doesn't just have to be in the backfield to be handed the football. They can find other creative ways. How many times have we seen pictures of Gibby this offseason, not running the football, but catching it? I can think of 3 different occasions where I've seen pictures of him catching a football. I don't think that's on accident. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. Thank you for that super chat. Get caught up. Take command for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, take command for life rights. We're getting so close to the start of the season. It doesn't become real to me until training camp. I can't skip over training camp and the preseason. But once we get to preseason ball, once we get to the Hall of Fame game, because now that means training camp is pretty much done. Once we get to that Hall of Fame game, now I'm like, here we go. Okay. We're about to start actually playing some games. They don't count, but now it's less about, all right, what was going on in training camp practice today and trying to piece together practice and who won offense and defense, and takeaways and things of that nature. And, holding your collective breath, hoping nobody gets injured or anything like that. It shifts from that to now, all right, man, Jacksonville week 1 is around the corner, man. I can't wait to sink our teeth into their ass. Pause. I'm not there yet. Get me to August. Get me to the Hall of Fame game, Raiders, Jags. And then that's when I start getting those vibes. It's close, but we're not there yet. And I'm not trying to rush it. I like my summer, okay? Ryan A., thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, Zach Wilson, GOAT. There's a lot of that going around right now. A lot of Zach Wilson GOAT talk going on right now. Metaphor. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes? Thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Who writes? Get ready to ball. Gonna make this a year to remember. Get ready tonight. I'm gonna make this a season to remember. I'm ready. If you ready, hopefully they ready. Because we already talking reckless over here. Double-digit wins, possibly NFC East champs. home playoff game, winning a game. We already making plans for January. They don't know that though. And I don't want them thinking about that. I just want them focused on September, getting off to a good start. We talked about getting off to a good start and what that will mean potentially for the remainder of that season. Stack up as many wins, put as much money in the bank as possible. So if we need to tap into that reserve at any point, it's there. You can't tap into what you don't have. That's been our problem. Too often we find ourselves, out here having to get loans, and now you up to bills in your eyeballs and you got no help. You're 1-5, you're 1-6, you're 2-6. We were 1-5 in 2020. We were 2-6 last year, and we were 2-7 at one point after the 1-5 start. We were 2-7. We ran off 4 straight in each of the last 2 seasons, and neither one of those 4-game winning streaks allowed us to get over 500. You know why? Because you had to run off a 4-game win streak to either get back to or right under 500. You know what? It'd be nice winning 4 straight to start the season off, or winning 3 out of your first 4 and then having a 4-game win streak, or being 4-4 and then winning 4 in a row and now you're 8-4. You know how good that would be? Instead of, hey, we 1-5 or we're 2-4 and then we win 4 straight, but now you did all this work and you look up and you just breaking even. I mean, it's tough. That's like taking all those loans out, having all of this debt, and then all of a sudden you get a raise at work and you get another job and you out here killing it. And you're like, man, feel like my pocket should be fat. And you do this for 6 months, you're killing it with this raise. You're working all the overtime you can get. You feel like you're killing these job turkeys. And then you look up and you're like, damn, I'm just barely breaking even. I have nothing to show for all of my hard work. I have no surplus. I can't take a trip, can't go on vacation. I got nothing. All that hard work, nothing to show for it. That's what happens when you start a season off 2-6, 1-5. But when you put money in the bank and you saving, and all of a sudden your brakes go out, or you need a new transmission, which means you probably need a new car, you're not hurting over here. If you need maintenance on your whip, you're good. I got money in the bank. I can go out, take a few hundred out, take a rack out, take 1,500 out if I need to, knock this out, keep it pushing. I'm hoping that we can put some money in the bank instead of borrowing from the banks. Let's put some money in the bank, and when we need it, we can tap into it, so that if we hit a rough patch, we're 5-1, we hit a little rough patch, lose 2 out of 3. Hey, we still good over here, fam. We 6-3. We ain't hurting, man. We ain't hurting. We good. But you start the season off 3-4 and you lose 2 out of 3. Now you're 4-6, or you're 4-7, excuse me. So you put yourself in a tough spot, or you're 4-6. Either way, you're going in the wrong direction. I think you're 4-6. You start 3-4, you lose 2 out of 3. You're 4-6, but you're going in the wrong direction. Is my point. And you don't have anything that you can borrow against to say, hey, we still good. So anyway, get ready tonight. I'm ready. I'm ready to make this season to remember. Not just this year, but moving. I want this to be the foundation of what's to come. That's the hope. Let's see. Make sure I didn't skip over any supers. All right. So this is the next super chat here. Not Fat American. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Not Fat American writes, Lou, want your take, bro. Is it safe to say Kyle Smith's drafts were pretty good, but not really great? let's see. The Kyle Smith draft was 2020. In that season, we got Chase Young, Antonio Gibson, Cam Curl, and I feel like I'm missing one more guy that was impactful from that year's draft class. I think we also got Keith Ishmael in the 5th. I still may be missing somebody, but no, that was a good draft. I don't see how you could. But remember, it wasn't just the drafts with Kyle Smith that impressed us as a fan base. Remember, it was Kyle Smith that brought Logan Thomas here. It was Kyle Smith that brought J.D. McKissick here. It was Kyle Smith that brought Cornelius Lucas here. It was Kyle Smith that went out and brought back Kendall Fuller. It was Kyle Smith that brought in all of these players that we looked at and said, this is so underwhelming. It's just a bunch of depth guys. There's no stars here. There's no starters. There's nothing that we can sink our teeth into. That was all Kyle Smith. Remember, I felt like, and I think I was wrong in saying that Ron was jealous of Kyle Smith getting all the credit. And there may have been a little bit of that, but I think it was more about just not trusting Kyle Smith, wanting to clean the house, totally get guys that you trust in the building, knowing that I'm not going to have somebody stabbing me in the back, trying to undercut me with the owner. Because Dan is, as we've seen in the past, Dan's a dummy, and he allows himself to be vulnerable to people taking advantage of the situation that they're in and playing him against someone else in a position of power. We've seen that in the past. Bruce Allen was a master of it, and Dan allowed himself to be manipulated time and time again. So he just didn't want to be in that position. So I understand why he did what he did. But Kyle Smith had a good eye for talent. I do believe that. So it wasn't just the draft. It was also the free agent moves that he made that really is still benefiting us. We're still eating off of that 2020 free agency class of players that we brought in. So I liked Kyle Smith when he was here, and he's probably still doing good work in Atlanta. So I think that 2020 draft was fine. It was fine. Fat American official. Okay, what are we doing here? And I don't even know what's what. Fat American official, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, Brights. Do you think Terry has the talent to be an all-pro wide receiver? Or does his ceiling just stop as a really good receiver? What about John Allen? Yeah, I think with Terry, I don't think he will ever be an all-pro because there are only 3 spots, and he'll never be a top 3 receiver in the league. But what he can do is position himself comfortably right outside of that designation, meaning every year there are 3 or 4 guys that you look at and they're just a cut above the rest. Michael Thomas was there for a while. DeAndre Hopkins is usually around there, but last year he got injured. This year he's going to miss 6 games, so I don't think he'll be in that conversation again, but we know how good he can be when he is at his best. That for many years it was guys like Antonio Brown that wore that crown. Now it's Tyreek Hill, it's Devontae Adams, Justin Jefferson. Jamar Chase looks like he's ready to ascend and make himself one of those guys very early in his career, similar in the way that Justin Jefferson has. And there are other receivers around the league. Mike Evans, every year, 1,000 yards. No one really talks about him, but he's the model of consistency in this league. I mean, there are so many receivers in this league that are really, really good, that have, and everyone has different skill sets, but they have some things that, Terry either doesn't have or will never have. Terry talks about wanting to improve run after catch. He can get better in that aspect, but he'll never be dynamic in that regard. Terry can win a foot race. We've seen him do that many a times, but Terry's not juking anybody out in space. That's not his thing. That's not gonna just either you have that or you don't. You don't learn how to be a jitterbug. You either can do that. That's something you were doing when you were a kid, or you just don't have it. That's not in Terry's game. Okay, Terry will never be that guy. So that will always limit yards after catch because he's not going to make a bunch of guys miss. He'll run through arm tackles. We've seen that physical run after catch. And if you don't, get him on the ground, he'll keep running. But I think there are some, limitations to his game that will stop him from ascending to higher heights. But I can tell you this, after watching Terry these first 3 years with as many quarterbacks and some of the, erratic play that he's had to endure, for him to put the numbers up and post what he's posted speaks volumes to what he could potentially be with consistent, good, high-level quarterbacking with him over, a 3 or 4 year stretch. So while I say that the talent in the league at the receiver position might be a little too great for Terry to be an all-pro, what's stopping Terry from having one of those seasons where he goes for 1,476 yards, 12 touchdowns, and Jamar Chase gets injured that year? The Vikings no longer have Kirk Cousins, and so Justin Jefferson has a bum at quarterback like Kellen Mond or some trash quarterback that they brought in that isn't any good, and his numbers are suffering because of it. And some of the receivers around the league, Mike Evans isn't going to have Tom Brady forever, right? So doesn't have Brady anymore. Let's say this happens 3 years from now. Wentz is fully entrenched as the Washington starter. They built that chemistry and synchronicity with one another, and now there's no more Brady in Tampa. There's no more Kirk Cousins in Minnesota. Jamar Chase misses 6 games, and all of a sudden you look up, Devontae Adams has peaked as a receiver. Now he's on the downslide of his career in Vegas. And you look around, you say, look at Terry with a 1,476 yard, 12 touchdown, 97 catch season. Is he an all-pro this year? Those sound like all-pro numbers to me, but you got to look at what everybody else around the league is doing too. So, but there's the Tyreek Hills of the world. We don't know what he's going to be with Tua, right? It's a wait and see type of situation, but there's still Stephon Diggs. There's so many receivers in this league that are just studs, and they play with quarterbacks that we think are MVP caliber. And if they're not MVP caliber, they're Super Bowl caliber at bare minimum. You gotta parse through so many of those. It's going to be tough on Terry, but Terry, I think he's better than just really good. I don't know if he'll ever be all pro, but there's a meeting there between really good and all pro, and that's elite. And I think he is well on his way to being an elite receiver in this league, if you don't already think he is that. John Allen, I think the best of John Allen was what we saw last year. I'm not saying that we can't get a slightly enhanced version of that, but John Allen is never going to go off for 15.5 sacks. That's not who he is. But I can see John Allen, he had 9.5 last year and he led this team. I can see John Allen having 10.5 or even 11 sacks in a season. Hell, even 12. I think that's the ceiling for John Allen, is 12 sacks in a season. Anything higher than that, I will be pleasantly, but still very surprised. I think he's a 7.5 to 10.5 sack guy. I think that's where he'll live for the remainder of his career until he tails off and is no longer playing at that level. But I can never see Jonathan Allen having a Chris Jones type season where he's got 15.5 sacks and he's dominant inside and nobody can block him. I don't see that. So I do think more so than Terry, I think there's a ceiling on Jonathan Allen's ability, but he's damn good, as we know. Metaphor. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Metaphor writes, Lou, you green screen at a printer or big TV? Nah, that's a banner, bro. That's a banner. That's a print. It's a printed banner. I didn't green screen it. I order them, and I hang them up. Green screens are tricky. I started out my career as a green screener, but it's just too much work. You got to get everything, all the hues, everything lined up perfectly. You can't move too far to the left or too far to the right. Can't raise your arm. Can't have on a certain color. It won't pick it up. It's a mess. I got tired of doing that. You know, that was the thing at first when I first started was green screens were all the rage. Get you a green background. Make sure there's no wrinkles in it. That sort of deal. I just got tired of that. It got old quick, and this is much more efficient of my time. So thank you, Metaphor, for the super chat. Chauncey Davis, the OG triple OG. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy, Chauncey Davis. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Writes, family, hit that like button. The old man is here. Do what you do, young man. I appreciate you, OG triple OG. Chauncey Davis, tell your beautiful and lovely wife I said hello as well. And make sure you're taking care of those grandkids. Thank you once again, Chauncey Davis. The Phillies Ace 34. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Greatly appreciate you. The Phillies Ace 34 writes, damn, Louie, LOL. I like your rebuttal and I respect that. But in my non-humble opinion, I have to rock with my Eagles, but I did put y'all second. I already knew. I saw what you did there. And it was a nice, easy, gentle slight. It wasn't like direct in your face, disrespectful, because that's usually, how you get attention. You did it nice and subtle. It was no disrespect intended. I was just like, hey, I mean, there's always second place for y'all right there if you want it. I was like, what about first? Like, that's not out of reach, bro. But you was like, yeah, that's already ours, though, So, I'm like, yeah, why can't I have it? Feel like I want y'all to be like the lady in that, what commercial is that when the old dude has the dollar on a string and he's fishing and he's like, oh, you gotta be fast, you can't get it. And she's trying to reach for the dollar. Her friend is getting all these savings back from her insurance company. She's buying all this stuff. And the old man for her is all, oh, there's a dollar, you gotta get it. You gotta go get it. Oh, you're too slow. She's trying to grab the dollar, she can't get it. I hope that's the Eagles this year, trying to grab a playoff spot. I'm going to the register with my ticket. They'll go pay for my ticket to the dance so that I can get in. You over here struggling, trying to reach for that dollar to try to scrounge up enough Jalen Hurts change to get into the playoffs. You my guy, you know that, though. You know you're my guy. Anyway, I digress. Chauncey Davis, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. OG, triple OG, double up, thank you for doubling up. Greatly appreciate you as always and the insight. Let's see what you have for us. What gem you about to drop on our melon? My guy Chauncey Davis writes, what can we expect from Scott Turner and Ken Zampese in getting Wentz back to his 2017 days? I'm just saying, I think Ken Zampese is going to be instrumental in this process. I love Ken Zampese. I think he has a great influence on these quarterbacks, even when it was Kyle Allen and Taylor Heineke and Alex Smith. I just always felt like he had a really good understanding of what guys could and couldn't do. And I feel like he's very upfront with these quarterbacks. Like, I remember after the Tampa Bay game, went into the offseason. We didn't know what we were going to do at quarterback, but we were excited about what we had just seen from Taylor Heineke. And I remember them talking to Ken Zampese, and he was like, I already told Taylor what he needs to do. He needs to get bigger, stronger, needs to be able to take on a 17-game schedule here in the NFL. Because right now he's not capable of doing that. And that, I think it's that honesty, being very upfront and frank with these players, that I think makes Ken Zampese a really good quarterbacks coach. I think it's going to be the combination of Ken Zampese and his experience, having coached so many quarterbacks, having gone through this process so many times with so many different guys, being able to lend that information and that insight to Carson Wentz, coupled with the sharp offensive mind of a Scott Turner, who I think is a really good play designer, and his ability to see Carson's strengths, minimize his weaknesses, and put him in positions to succeed. I think it's going to be a good blend from the two of them, but I think it has to be both of them. Both of those voices have to be working and have to be resonating with Carson Wentz in order for us to maximize Carson Wentz and get him back to that. And a lot of us like to go back to 2017. His best season might have been 2019, if we being honest with one another. We could talk about 17, which he was on the verge of being, in the MVP conversation. 18 was good. 19 might have been his best work, because I still don't know how he managed to do what he did with the players that were on the field in 2019, but he got it done. So all three of those years were outstanding, 17, 18, 19. If we get any semblance of that in Washington, we're going to be a dangerous offense. Dangerous. Thank you for the super chat. Chauncey Davis, greatly appreciate you as always. y'all know how I do, man. Yeah, my guy Fat American said, man, my man Lou can rant. You know I can. It don't take much for me to go off on a tangent. There's the path that's already paved, and you just need to walk straight, and then there's that beaten path off to the side. I don't know how, but I always end up on that path. I never just go straight down the road where I'm supposed to. I always end up at the final destination, but I always get there a lot later, and it's always a lot longer and harder than it needs to be. But I'm just saying. Y'all know me at this point. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Big Money Sonny writes, code red, like Mr. Clark said. Yeah, just like Mr. Clark. Putting chains on the door. You get tired of that, man. 3 cheers for dear old Eastside High. Lead on to victory. I don't want chains on the doors, man. I don't want chains on the doors. I'm trying to be so confident in this team's ability that I don't need a chain on the door. Let the thugs and the dope pushers come in so we can smack them around. Let the Eagles and the Cowboys come on in so we can smack them around. Tell the Giants they can come too. Before, we needed to lock the door. I don't want Dak Prescott in here wrecking shop. Keep Daniel Jones, take his ass outside, put the locks on the door. Keep him outside. Keep him away from us. I'm ready to let everybody in, man. But we not there yet. They got to instill that confidence in me. Week 1, I'm looking at Trevor Lawrence and saying, man, we don't do good with young mobile quarterbacks. I'm nervous. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm nervous. I'm more comfortable with Detroit week 2, Jared Goff. I know his ass ain't running no damn where. I'm much more comfortable with him than I am Trevor Lawrence. You want me to be confident? Instill it in me. Instill it in me. But the last thing we need is code red. Like, somehow you managed to lose week 1 and 2, and now week 3 home for Philadelphia is a must. Who's like, that would be so Washington Redskins under Dan Snyder bullshit. 0-2 after Jacksonville and Detroit. That if you really want to talk about the culture has changed here, and it's different, we need to start the season off 2-0 at a bare minimum. Don't know if we'll beat Philadelphia. I'm guaranteeing victory. You already know that. But forget about all of that. If you really want me to believe you've turned over a new leaf, beat Jacksonville and Detroit in weeks 1 and 2. I don't care how it looks. I remember there was once upon a time where I got into aesthetics. Oh, we beat Chicago 9-7. We're terrible. Oh, the Rams suck, and we just beat them 12-10. And I'd be pissed off about beating a team. Are you kidding me? I don't give a shit how it looks anymore. We could beat a team 3-0. We could beat a team 6-3. It wasn't pretty, but you know what I'm going to be doing on the post-game show? Cheesing my ass off and telling everybody that wants to make me feel bad about the dub, you're not going to make me feel bad, and I ain't giving it back. There are no receipts to this win. Okay? I'm sticking that receipt in my pocket, and I'm going home happy. Who's next? I'm like Goldberg. Who's next? I just want to beat those two teams in the first 2 weeks to set the stage where the next 2 NFC East games mean something because we have a chance to get off to a red-hot start. Aren't we due for one of those? The anti-Code Red game, aren't we due for not 0-2, having to win in week 3 to salvage your season, or 0-1 trying to avoid a Code Red by winning in week 2? Aren't we due for, hey, we 2-0. Oh, shit, we 3-0. When's the last time we started the season 2-0? Let's not even go to 3-0. When's the last time we started the season 2-0? When's the last time? Can somebody, I'm going to put y'all my crack staff tonight. Last time Washington started the season 2-0 was ... Somebody fill in the blank for me. I guarantee you that it hasn't been in a decade. No season in the last 10 years have we finished or started the season 2-0. You might have to go back to some Joe Gibbs years for that. I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna put in a guess right now and say that the last time we started 2-0, this is pathetic thinking about it. And somebody's gonna be like, actually, Louie, the last time we started 2-0 was 2017. It'll be some shit like that, but it wasn't 2017. It wasn't 2018 because we lost the game in the first 2. We beat Arizona in 18. We lost to the Colts in week 2. We beat we lost in week 1 in 17, and we beat the Rams in week 2 in 17. And I can pretty much go through the line. I guarantee you it's like 04, Gibbs' first year. We might have won the first 2 games. And that might not be true either. It might be a while before y'all find that information. But let me know when you find out. That's a shame that we got to go back that far to think about the last time that we started the season off 2-0. God forbid the last time we started 3-0. You might have to go back to the 90s for that. Let's see. Chauncey Davis, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy Chauncey. OG, triple OG writes, Sam Howell, perfect situation, steal of the draft. It could potentially be the steal of the draft for us. It is a great spot for him. There is under no circumstances other than absolute and utter chaos and catastrophe should Sam Howell even be remotely close to stepping foot on the field. Because even in the event that something happens, I'm not going to say it, but in the event that something happens with Wentz, it's still Taylor Heineke's job. So, in my mind, there's no way he should see the field, but it's football, and ish happens. All it takes is 2 plays, and Sam Howell is on the field. But to that point, he gets to learn from a veteran and another guy that started for the better part of all last season, and he gets to see how it's supposed to be done. There's no expectations for him. He's a 5th-round pick, so there's no expectations whatsoever. He's an afterthought right now. And if things don't go well with Wentz, he'll get an opportunity. There's nobody stopping him from getting that opportunity here. Like, Taylor Heineke is the entrenched number 2 quarterback. He's like the all-time quarterback at number 2. Like, there's no way for him to get to number 1 again on a permanent basis. We know what he is. So it's a good spot for Sam Howell. But as I've said before, and I'll say it many more times, I hope he doesn't play a single snap meaningful. Let me say that. I hope he doesn't play a meaningful single snap here in Washington. That would mean that Carson Wentz was the answer at the quarterback position. My hope is that he never takes a meaningful snap here and that we are able to trade him because he looked so good in some mop-up duty in a couple of games, and in the preseason he's been lights out, and we're able to flip him for a 3rd or a 2nd round pick. That's ideal. It's a pipe dream more likely than not, but hey, it could happen. Ron Rivera, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Ron writes, we have to win more football games. In order to have more wins than losses, we must lose less games than we win. That's just the truth of the matter. I love that's just the truth of the matter at the end. That gives it that real Ron Rivera je ne sais quoi. You know, nice little touch there at the end. And you should have put a comma or a period and then said, now that's important. Okay, that's important. Not interesting. That's important. Thank you for the super chat, Ron Rivera. Let's see. Steez. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Steez writes, what up, Lou? What's up, Steez? Been a fan since I was born in 2005. This is the first time I've been excited since Robert Griffin III. Top 12 offense and defense. We go 11-6. Not elite, but good groups. Bless your heart. You, depending on where your birthday is, you are 17 years old. Maybe even 16. You have never seen a real winner. You even missed the 99 squad, which I told you was my favorite team because that was the last time I legitimately thought we could win a Super Bowl. Even in 2012, never thought we were good enough offensively in 2005. 2012, I knew we were good enough offensively. I did not think we were good enough defensively, and I didn't think we would be able to beat San Francisco should we have made it all the way to the NFC Championship game. They were too physical. They were too fast on defense. They would have shut Robert's ass down and really minimized our offense to next to nothing, and we would have gotten embarrassed in that game, I felt like. But I thought we could have gone on the road the next week and beaten Atlanta. I did think we were capable of doing that. But I never thought we could win the Super Bowl or even, compete. In 99, I thought we were good enough to make it to the Super Bowl. And if we had beaten Tampa, I liked our chances. I don't know if we would have beaten the greatest show on turf, the Rams, but I like our chances. Anyway, that's rough. That your best memories as a fan were when you were 7. This is probably the best I would say, collectively as an entire team, best team we put on the field paper-wise. I'd like to think that some of those Kirk Cousins offensive years, despite not having a legitimate running back and the running game having little to no impact on the offense whatsoever, though there were some seasons in there where you had Jordan Reed, who was arguably a top 5 receiving tight end in the league at that time, Pierre Garçon and Deshaun Jackson and Jamison Crowder all on the same offense. That group on paper is better than the group we have now. A healthy Jordan Reed, a healthy Deshaun Jackson, Pierre Garçon, and Jamison Crowder is better than what we have right now. Where this group separates itself from that group or gives itself a fighting chance is that we have more depth. We go deeper. There's a run game that actually exists, that actually has an impact on the outcome of football games. There are extra receivers. After Crowder, there was no other receiver on the team that you had any confidence in. Whereas with this group, there's a legit, I mean, again, we're projecting, but I think we feel like we can go 5 deep, possibly 6, depending on the development of a Dax Milne. Tight end wise, I think there's still room for growth and, still question marks there. Some of you are a lot higher on John Bates than I am. I was high on John Bates coming out of Boise after watching him last year. I've said this. I think he's a TE3, a high-level TE3, low-level NFL TE2. Nothing more than that. But I want him to prove me wrong. If I'm wrong about that, I would love to be wrong about that. But all in all, offensively, this rivals the best offense we've been able to put on the field in the last decade. And defensively, I think there's more question marks about that side of the football than there is offensively, which is crazy to think, being that this is a defense-first team. It's been that way since Ron's gotten here. And even that hasn't been great, right? So how do you even, fix your lips to say that this is a defense-first team when we haven't been able to rely on the defense at all at times? But to say that the offense is the catalyst seems weird because that hasn't been the case here for quite some time. But that's probably the case this year. And we're hoping that the defense doesn't fall off of a cliff. But if they can just maintain some semblance of middle of the pack to upper third of the league, defensive rating wise, then this team has a chance to do what we have set out to do, which is win double-digit games, make the playoffs, and have an impact once we get there. So to your point, this is probably the first time as a fan of your age that this team has had a legitimate opportunity going into the season to win double-digit games. I don't think it's out of bounds for the expectation of every single Washington fan out there to say we should win no less than 10 games. That's fair. And I'm not that guy. I'm not that, hey, we should win 10, 11 games. I'm not that guy because they haven't preconditioned me to feel that way in any season. Excuse me, in any season. I've never been preconditioned to think, oh, this schedule, this roster, we should win 10 games this year. That's never been a thought in my mind because the roster's never been that good. The quarterback position is usually that bad. And the schedule is usually not kind to us, but it doesn't matter. Even if we had a schedule to take advantage of, we didn't have the parts to take advantage of the schedule in any way to begin with. So this feels like one of the first years. So I'm happy for you, but I can only be so happy for you because I don't know what's going to happen. That excitement could easily and quickly turn to despair, and you could just as quickly be like, oh no, we suck again. And all of a sudden we're back to square one. Like we Brian McKnight. But Steez, I'm happy for you, and I'm looking forward to the upcoming season so that you can say this is the best Washington team these eyes have ever seen. I want you to be able to say that after this season. That would have meant that we did some big things this year. Steez! Hopefully I didn't scare some of y'all out there with that. Thank you for super chat, Steez. Got another super chat here from my guy, Brian Norfleet. Thank you for the super chat, Brian Norfleet. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Brian, writes, thank you for being a member of the MOBB as well, who writes, HTTC. Football is almost here. Not really big on rankings, but I'm hoping we can put the ball in the end zone a little more regularly. I think at the end of the day, it's less about the rankings for me, right? Rankings to me are an indication of where you are amongst your peers, and certain rankings are synonymous with winning in this league. And so if you're very high in a specific category, it bodes well for the outcome of your season being favorable, which is why rankings sometimes do matter for me. I'm not as much of a numbers guy. You guys know that. And, I've told you this on numerous occasions. I'm not a big number. That's why PFF and different publications like that, they don't appeal to me, because I'm an eyeball test guy. Call me what you want. Call me old. Get off my lawn. Call me whatever you want. But my eyes don't deceive me. I know what I see. And it doesn't take me long to really realize what I'm watching. And so for me, it's gonna be huge that some of these categories we talked about tonight on the offensive side of the football need to be upgraded. And to your point, I've said this already. I said it again tonight. I've said it plenty of times prior to tonight, and I'll say it plenty more after tonight, that the most important statistical category for me is points per game. I can live with, a lot of things, because you can score a lot of points and not have a great red zone percentage efficiency rate, but you can still be scoring 29.8 points a game because you do a lot of damage outside the red zone. Your defense is putting you in positions to score, and you're taking advantage of that. So, sometimes numbers can be misleading. Numbers can be this, they can be that, but there's certain ones that there's no way around it. You're not scoring points, you're not winning football games on a consistent basis. That's just the way it is. Because it's like that, and that's the way it is. Anyway, I'm with you, Brian. I want to put the football in the end zone with more regularity. And I would like to do it in a more dynamic fashion. I mean, truth be told, I could care less whether it's a methodical drive or an explosive play, but explosive plays are nice. Touchdowns are touchdowns. I'll take it any way I can get it. But for too long, we've been void of the explosive play here in Washington. We've been preconditioned to expect a steady diet of 12 and 13 play drives that have to go flawlessly for us to be able to get in the end zone. And then even then, sometimes we still don't get in the end zone. I'd like to see us scoring from outside of the red zone, outside of the 30, outside of the 40, on the other side of the field. That'd be nice. I'm with you. What are we doing, guys? Metaphor skin. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate. What are we doing? What are we doing, guys? See what you started, Fat American? You see what you started? Metaphor skin writes, team was like, hey, Terry, baby, I got your money. Don't you worry. I said, hey. Yeah, they definitely was like, hey, I got your money. You ain't got to go nowhere. I got your money right here, bro. Facts. Abner Duran, my guy, Abner, my brother from Mexico. What is going on, Abner? Great to hear from you. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Abner Duran, writes, my man, Lou. What's up, Ab? Hope you and your family are all right. Likewise, you and yours. Hopefully this finds you in great spirits. He said, the mother of all key needs besides all players connecting with the team and his job within, starting with Wentz, is health. That is the foundation and building block of everything, even before you get to Wentz's play. Because if Wentz isn't healthy, then what are we talking about, right? Like, health is it's like amino acids. That's what health is to any NFL, really any sport, but particularly NFL, right? The foundational building block of any season is health, which is what amino acids are for our bodies as humans. Health. It starts there, it ends there. You're not healthy, it's going to be tough to overcome that. We saw that last year. We tried very valiantly, I may add. But between COVID and injuries, it was just too much. And at some point, it all comes tumbling down. And it did. Hard at the end of the season last year. So I'm right there with you, Ab. We could talk about Carson Wentz being a key, and he is. But before that, it's health. And we've talked about the best ability is availability. You don't have that, doesn't matter how good of a player you are or what kind of talent that you have. If you're not able, like Curtis Samuel is a great example of that. Ton of talent, explosive, dynamic player, get the ball in his hands, he can make things happen. But all that doesn't matter, and it all goes out the window if you're not healthy and you're not able to display your talents. So right there with you. Donald Gray, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Donald writes, how confident are you in Curtis Samuel? 1 to 10. Well, first of all, I don't trust him. Never, ever trust a man with 2 first names. So, I don't trust him right there. So right off the bat, he's not allowed to get a 10. But, I think he's going to be healthy this year. So I've convinced myself, because this wasn't who he was. This was not a representation of what his career has been. Like Paul Richardson, we got what we deserved because he had 1 year in Seattle where he was able to stay healthy. The other 3 years, he was all kinds of banged up. In his last year in Seattle, he played well, and we gave him a lot of money to come here and be injured, which is what he was in Seattle. We deserve what we got, okay? That's not the case with Curtis Samuel. He isn't an injury-prone player. I hate when people say that. This was a one-off. He had never experienced anything like this in his career. So I'm assuming he's going back to where he was before. He's going to be playing exceptional football for us. And my confidence level in him is 8. I think he's going to be great for us. He's going to be a great change of pace, a breath of fresh air because of all the things that he can do. And I love the fact that he's different in the sense that you get into his hands and he can make a guy miss. He can and will outrun an angle. He is dangerous in that regard, whereas, Terry, that's not his thing. Terry's not that guy. Jahan can make you miss, but that's not, and Jahan isn't an outrun your angle type of guy, which Curtis Samuel can be. So I'm excited about that. So my confidence level is an 8. Going Commando, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Going Commando writes, sup, Lou? Sup, Going Commando? Curtis not being with the rest of the squad practicing worries me. Either A, he's not healthy, or B, healthy and chose not to be there, which is almost worse. Hell, even Milne is there. Red flag, question mark? No, because this is your time off. And with your time off, you can do whatever you choose to do with that time. Who's to say that Curtis Samuel doesn't have a pre-planned vacation, knowing that this was the only chance he was going to get? Who's to say that they didn't already have a trip to go to, Hawaii, or to go to the Dominican Republic and spend 4 days, 5 nights there? And that was during that stretch that they were going to be practicing with Carson Wentz. We don't know what the situation is. We can't assume that he's not healthy, although he may not be 100% healthy, but we can't assume that. He was there at the mini camp. We can't assume that he was healthy and just didn't want to go. We can't assume that. We don't know what the situation is. He just wasn't there. I choose to leave it at that. It was optional. As most things in life, when it's optional, you have the choice to decide whether you want to do it or not. And what we have to understand, and we have these conversations all the time, these players aren't robots. They are human beings that have lives outside of their profession. And so while you would like them to be practicing 24/7, every waking minute that they have, they're sharpening their craft. That's not how you would operate. That's not how I would operate. Sometimes you need to be able to get away. Sometimes you have to spend, because once they hit training camp, he won't be able to enjoy his family for the next 6 months. None of our jobs do that to us, to where you really don't have a lot of time with your family. Okay. You may work a ton of hours, but it's not 6 months straight. There may be a busy season at your job where, shit's picking up and you know what it is. I might not see you tonight. I might get home late. You might be asleep by the time I get home. You already know what it is. Your significant other knows what it is. But that's not for 6 months. It's usually for 3 months. The only other job that is even remotely close and, probably worse is the military, especially if you work on a ship where you go out to sea and you might be gone for 6 months doing your duty and out on your tour, and your family just got to hold it down without you. At least they get to see their family. But it's akin to that. All of their time is going to be spent. They're going to spend more time with those coaches and those players over the next 6 months than they will their own family members. So when you're off, you need to be able to take advantage of that time, especially this last pocket, where it's truly the only offseason that exists in the NFL, is this pocket of time from that last mini camp day to the start of training camp. That is the true one bit of offseason that these players truly have, to me. Because after a season, you're beat up, body's worn down, so you're kind of getting back to feeling like yourself. So you're rehabbing, recuperating, and then once you feel better, now you're like, all right, let me get some work in. Now, I took some time off. You never want to take too much time off as an athlete. You want to sharpen those tools. So being that you took that time off to get your body feeling right again, now you're working out to stay in tip-top shape. Next thing you know, you look up, oh, here's a little veteran OTA. So you show up for that. Now the rookies have theirs, and now the whole team comes together, and now you're doing these OTAs. Now you're in mini camps. And so, boom, just like that, you got this one little window of opportunity to spend some time with your family before you hit the ground running for 6 months. So I can't allow the slander to take place of Curtis Samuel because he wasn't there. We don't know what the situation, and even if he is perfectly healthy and just declined to show up, that's his right. He's going to be fine. I'm not worried. Thank you for the super chat, Going Commando. Let's see. DC Fan 88. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. DC Fan 88 writes, sup, Lou? Sup, DC Fan 88. Says, appreciate you being on tonight. Hearing the show makes my night entertaining while I'm delivering fuel. Zach Wilson, GOAT. Glad I could be of some assistance to you. And like I said, there's a lot of Zach Wilson GOAT talk going around right now. I don't know how it's being perceived on his end, but he's got to be soaking a lot of this stuff up. Does Zach Wilson? He's got to be feeling really good about this. So we'll see. Let's see. Got another super chat. This one is from Fat American with a trademark sign. No, you did not have the audacity to put a trademark sign behind that, Fat American. switched up the thumbnail and everything. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, I forget, how many wins did you have us at? What, this year or last? I haven't given out my win total for this year yet. I'll be doing that next week with the fellas on the Super Friends stream. For those of you who aren't aware, next Thursday, July 21st at 8 p. we will be doing the Super Friends stream. I will be putting out a promo for that and some upcoming content. So be on the lookout for that. I told you I was behind the scenes working, grinding, trying to, put out some stuff that you guys want to see. I'm testing some things out, trying to see what works, what doesn't. So bear with me, but you'll be seeing that coming down the pipeline here. So stick with me. Stick with the kid. Anyway, I digress. Let's see. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny. Big Money Sonny writes, update, Lou. 1, I was finally able to walk 3 months after surgery. Bravo. Love to hear it, man. Great news. I remember you telling us about the surgery. Good to hear you're up and moving around and trying to get back to some level of normalcy. 2, he says, the Discord is popping. Can't wait to have you come through. I'm going to make my way over there, man. I've heard good things. I love the fact that it's gaining a bit of a buzz, and I look forward to chopping it up with y'all in there. And 3, salutes to Rico for the layup on the Discord. 4, salutes to Rich and Condo P. So shout out to Rico for the layup, for whatever that's worth. I don't even know what I'm saluting him for and giving him props for, but if Sonny says it's legit, it's legit. And salutes to Rich and Condo P. I know Rich it was in there. He was talking about gaming at one point. And so Rich is the dude. I love Rich. And Condo P. You know how it is with Condo P. It's my girl. She's everybody's girl. She holds us down here on the Louie T Network. So thank you for that super chat, Big Money Sonny. Y'all heard the man. Check out the Discord if you haven't already done so. Become a member of that and continue the conversation there over at the Discord. I'm going to figure that thing out. Don't you worry. Let's see. So I'm seeing a whole bunch of different things from when we started 2-0. Somebody said 2005, somebody said 11, somebody said 07. I'm thinking about 2011 though, since that was the most recent. Because I said it, I bet you it hasn't happened in a decade, and I would be right if it was 11. I'm thinking 11 is the year before we drafted Robert Griffin III, which would mean that's Rex Grossman starting. Oh yeah. I want to say that's Ryan Kerrigan's first year, because he got the pick 6 against the Giants in his first game. So we beat the Giants in week 1, which didn't happen. We didn't beat Eli Manning very often, but we beat him then. And then I forget who he played week 2, but I remember starting week 2, starting 2-0 now, because I remember Rex Grossman saying that he thought we would be the NFC East champions that year. And we started 2-0, and I was like, this is weird. This is strange. It didn't last very long. I think, if I'm not mistaken, he got benched like 2 or 3 weeks later. 2 or 3 weeks later. He had like a 3-4 interception game against the Eagles, like 3 interceptions in the first half of that game or something. Yikes. That was the Beck Grossman year. But we did start 2-0. You're right. It was 2-0, if I'm not mistaken. And like I said, I remember Ryan Kerrigan getting that pick 6 in his first game. Anyway. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you, Big Money Sonny, for all that you do. Right. FYI, Lou, through the Discord, we got to chop it up with Rich. The future is bright with that young brother leading the youth. Believe that. Oh, I know. I remember one time I opened up for a show for anybody that wanted to come on. They could come on live with me. And nobody did it, but Rich did it. And he jumped on and we chopped it up. And I said, oh, man, this kid's got his head on his shoulders. So trust me, I know. I know. All right. Let's see. Got a new member to the channel. Steve, stand up. You are officially in the building as the newest member of the MOBB. So glad to have you. And you need some love, young brother. You need it because you have been malnourished in the department of winning. And unfortunately, we share in that despair. However, I have a little bit more years on me, so I've been able to see some semblance of winning. And man, that's rough. But I feel like there could be, we'll see, a future that is a lot brighter, that gives you more hope and something to feel proud of. We'll see. But I'm glad to have you. I know the rest of the mob is glad to have you. You guys open your arms wide. You know what to do. I don't have to tell you. Steez, welcome to the squad. Looking forward to chopping it up with you and so glad to have you. Let's see. See if we got any more super chats. We have one here from Aaron Carson. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Aaron Carson, writes, potentially the best receiving core since the Fun Bunch of Monk, Clark, and Sanders. He says, I'm so excited. I just can't hide it. I'm about to lose control, and I think I like it. He says, I'll let you sing the last line. Look, I got you, man. You know I got you. So, yeah. I am excited. I still contend that the Fun Bunch was great. We've had some receiving, cores and duos that have been really good. None has ever exceeded the Fun Bunch of Monk, Clark, and Sanders. Where's Ricky Sanders? But we've had some really good seasons. We had Albert Connell and Michael Westbrook in 99 with each eclipsing 1,000 yards. Last time we did that was in 2000 and I want to say it was 15. I don't think Pierre had 1,016. But in 15, he and Deshaun, I think, both crept over a G. Might have been 16 as well. And they had Jamison Crowder as well. So that was a good trio of receivers there. The depth of this group, that's what I keep going to, because this group isn't as top heavy as Garcon or Jackson, nor is it the star power of Monk, Clark, and Sanders. Monk is in the Hall of Fame, and we could argue that Gary Clark belongs there as well. And we haven't seen anything quite like that in Washington. None of the guys that I just mentioned are Hall of Famers or even remotely close. This group doesn't have that. We don't have that kind of star power. We don't have that kind of name recognition. But what we do have is we got a certified number one, and we got some other dudes that we think have a chance to do some damage and put in work. And we have a number of guys on the back end of that group that, in the event of an emergency and we need to break the glass, we can reach in and pull out a Cam Sims or a De'Ami Brown, even a Dax Milne if need be. That's how we feel about this group, which we haven't been able to say about a Washington receiving core in quite some time. So we'll see. Again, we're projecting. We're projecting. We don't know. We don't know what Jahan Dotson's going to be. I think I know, and you think you know, and I feel really good about him, and you feel really good about him. But he still has to go out and produce. He has to go out and put up the numbers and back up our feelings that this guy's going to come in here and wreck shop. But he's got to go do it first. So, yeah, there's a reason to be excited. There's a cause for optimism, for sure. Gear Cell 1, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Gear Cell 1, thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Writes, hey, Lou, thanks for sticking up for Curtis. She will be ready for the season. I'm not going to partake in your Bill Parcells, Terry Glenn shenanigans, but I felt the need to stick up for Terry or Curtis. But I think he'll be ready come the start of the season. I agree with you. I think you just had an extra letter in there. It's not a big deal. Thank you for the super chat, Giselle. Greatly appreciate you. Let's see. All right, make sure I didn't miss anything. All right, no, I didn't miss anything. So take command for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Take command for life, writes. I'm saying it till my lungs give out. 11-6. I mean, I like that number. I think that's a good number. I think that's a good place to be. I like that number. That's a winning number. That's a playoff number. Can we get to that number is the question. Can we exceed that number? Is an even better question. But you got to get to that number first. So I love it. Take command for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Take command for life, writes. Also, where you at, Duncan, right? Bet confirmed. Oh, Duncan wanted all the smoke a week ago, 2 weeks ago. So he's around here somewhere. He might not be in here tonight, but he's around. I don't think he's going to duck you. He doesn't sound. Now, I can't say how he'll respond to the Eagles losing in week 3. We may not see Duncan until week 10 again, right? I can't vouch for him, but he'll be around talking trash up until that week 3 game, especially if the Eagles get off to the type of start that they should get off to, because they should get off to at bare minimum 1-1 start when we play them, but they should be 2-0 just like us. I've talked about their schedule kind of mirrors our schedule and how it's set up, and they should be able to take advantage of the schedule if they do the things that they're capable of doing. So he'll be talking cold hard cash by the time we get to week 3. I don't think he'll be talking much after that game, but he'll be around. I don't think you shouldn't have to chase him down. Maybe you will for your money, that you won't have to chase him down and talk trash before the game. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Big Money Sonny writes, your thoughts on Percy Butler? Think he'll get a bit hit. I think he'll be a big hit for us or average. So you're asking me, do I think he'll be a big hit for us or average? I think I'm the only one that's super hyped about this guy. The last time this organization sold me on a safety that had his type of skill set, they turned out to be right. which was Cam Curl. Now, Cam wasn't as fast as Percy Butler, but Cam Curl played corner in college. He was a safety that was rangy, that would come up and hit you. And it was a 7th round pick. Ron said we got a steal because of COVID and the inability for, teams to see this guy up close and personal allowed him to drop to the 5th round. And after seeing this guy the first, 3 years of his career now, first 2 years, I tend to agree with that assessment. I don't think he would have been there in the 5th round, but I like a lot of what I've seen and heard about him, and I think how they use him is going to be vital and key, because I don't know if I love Percy Butler, the center fielder. As a matter of fact, I know I don't love Percy Butler, the center fielder. I'd much rather have Bobby McCain back there. I trust him. I know he knows what he's supposed to do. I think Percy Butler, the Buffalo nickel, the one that's down around the line of scrimmage, running with dudes in coverage, I think I'm going to absolutely love that dude. So I'm excited for Percy Butler. I'm not like Jahan Dotson excited, but I'm excited. I'm anxious, more anxious than excited. I think I should say that. I'm anxious to see what he's capable of and how they utilize him. Jahan, I know he's good, and I'm just excited to see what he's capable of doing. So, yeah, I think that's more along the lines of where I'm at. And I think he won't be just average the way that they'll try and use him. I think he'll be either really good or bad. I don't think there's any in between. Thank you for the super chat. Big Money Sonny. Going Commando. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Going Commando, writes, first of all, double up. Thank you for doubling up, Going Commando, who writes, was voluntarily for every player in that picture. Facts. He says, they all have families and didn't have to go. Again, facts. He says, yet the only player who missed minicamp because of precautions wasn't there. Context. Just something to note. You're right about that. No one was obligated to be there. They all wanted to be there. And again, we don't know what the circumstances surrounding him not being there are. Again, he could have had something pre-planned. I remember Montez Sweat not being at OTAs because they were throwing a birthday party for his grandfather. And he's like, yo, I don't know how many more of these he's going to have, so I'm going to be there. Like, those things are important to people. We're human. They're humans, right? We're all humans. Like, there are certain things that are more important than others. And him being out there with them clearly wasn't at the top of his list, which is fine. It's not a requirement. As you mentioned, it was voluntary for everyone. And, he decided, I'm good. I'm do whatever I got to do over here, or I got this obligation with my family, and, I want to spend time with them, whatever the case may be. We don't know. Or he could have just said, nah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm going to just sit over here, wait till the start of camp, get my body up to 100%. And like you said, if that's the case, maybe that is a little worrisome. I'm not worried at all. I'm fine. I'm not questioning whether his desire or, him not being there. I have no issues whatsoever with him not being in attendance there. It's not a big deal until it is. And even if he turns out to get injured again or have a poor season, it won't be because he wasn't working out with them. That's just something you can point to and say, similar to Chase Young not being at OTAs last year. Like, that had no impact whatsoever on his play last year. He just wasn't good last year. I think he didn't work on the things that he needed to take that next step. He just like, oh, this is easy. Like Michael Parsons said, this shit is easy. I hope he really just kind of rests on what he did last year, doesn't work to get any better. And it's like, oh yeah, this shit's easy, and shows up this year and dudes are, stalemating him, and he's finding it to be a lot tougher than he thought. It's easy to burst on the scene and blow up it's really that sophomore year, that sophomore slump, as we call it. That's the year where we find out if you legit or not, because anybody can have a hit record or, have that one hit album. Usually we call them one hit wonders. I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. It's good. What you gonna do for a follow-up, Skilo? I'm double up. What you gonna do for a follow-up, Sir Mix-a-Lot? Can't talk about putting titties on the glass. Don't nobody want to see that shit. You got something else for me? It's hard. It's hard to follow up when you have a massive hit, all that success. Chase had a defensive rookie of the year season. It was a massive success. It went to his head. I don't think he put the work in to get better, to fine-tune his technique. He just like, I'll show up. I'll do these boys like I did as a rookie. Think he's going to be hungry. You see him working with Von. That can't hurt. It can only help that he's working with Von. And he's working on the technical side. I didn't see one time him rushing up the field. I didn't see Von one time showing him how to be explosive. But you know what Von was showing him? Hands, technique. Get his hands off of you. Get his hands off of you. How to turn the corner and finish the deal by getting his hands off of you. That's all Von was working on. Because I've talked about this. Dudes with black belt in hand usage, those are the dudes that are going to win one-on-one matchups in this league as pass rushers 9 times out of 10. I can show you a dude with all the speed in the world, and he'll win his fair share because he got that get off and explosive, explosiveness. But every now and again, those tackles understand how fast you are, and they get out of their stance, they get out of the blocks, and all they got to do is get a piece of you, push you up the field. But when you use hands, ain't no defending that. He slap your hands down, and now you off balance, and he's around you. You're cooked. It's over. But I just feel like Curtis Samuel is fine. There's nothing to see here. Now, you have every right to be critical of him. You have every right to be somewhat standoffish after the season he turned in last year. If you would like, I think standoffish is a bit much after just 1 year. But, for some of you, you get frustrated when you don't see immediate returns on an investment. That's fine. These things take time sometimes. At the end of the day, I think it's very reasonable for anyone out there to be at a bare minimum, like somewhat questionable as to whether Curtis Samuel is reliable or not. I think that's very fair. I think I'm probably more so of an outlier, and I don't mind. I think more people are somewhat guarded when it comes to Curtis Samuel. Like, I don't really know if I can trust him. Don't know if he's already showing signs of not being able to stay healthy this year. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt because this is not what his track record that preceded him said that, he's been. So I'm going to assume he's going to go back to being what he was before last year, which is a productive, available, consistent playmaker. So we'll see. Anyway, thank you for the super chat, Going Commando. And I'm not dismissing, him not being there. I understand that it's not a good look. That's not a good look. But I'm not, again, it's the offseason for these players, man. I know they're humans and they have other interests outside of football. So you can question a lot of things, but I'm not going to question him for this. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Fat American trademark. Thank you for doubling up. Right. If Chase does bad, do we start using the B word? There are already people using the B word. So if Chase comes back from this injury and it's much of the same that we saw last year, you're going to get a lot of B words being tossed around. I'm not willing to do that even if he has a less than ideal season because he's coming off the injury. Not everybody responds to coming from a torn ACL the same way, right? So I am going to be patient with him, but I will be less likely to defend him to someone that is using the B word. I won't use it myself, but I will be less likely to correct someone or feel like someone is out of pocket for using the B word. Right now, you're out of pocket if you're using the B word. I will be less likely to tell someone else they shouldn't be using the B word if this upcoming season, when he comes back, looks a lot like last season. And again, he'll be coming off of an injury. I want to see what it looks like, how he plays, and more importantly, I want to see his technique. That's what he's been working on. And I told you when he got hurt, I said the one thing that the one blessing in disguise that this may produce is that he may be forced to sit and watch film to digest what he did before the injury, which was a lot of nothing, and go back and look at what was successful in his rookie season, but more importantly, work on the technical stuff, because you can't run around and jump, and you got to watch film, and you got to do the little things. You got to go back to square one. So I'm excited to see if some of the things that he was able to learn and maybe self-reflect a bit on during this period will play itself out on the field. Only one way to find out, though. 1/6 Double Doc. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. 1/6 Double Doc. Damn, Lou. You killing it. You still killing it. You know what's crazy is I was telling my wife, I don't realize how much time has elapsed until somebody brings it to my attention. Like, literally, it wasn't until like maybe 10 minutes ago I actually looked at the time and realized that it was going on 2 o'clock. I was like, well, god damn. Another 4-piece. I didn't see it coming. And some people absolutely hate that I go live for this long. And I get that because it's hard to consume. 4 hours is hard to consume, especially in one setting. You have to split it up. My guy, Block Boy, he'll always leave in the comment section where he left off at. So I always know he put it down at 39:31. That's where he's going to pick it back up from. Then he might put it back down at 2 hours and 15 minutes and 37 seconds. That's where he's going to pick it up from. Like, I get it. It's a lot. It's long, but it's me. It's you. It's us. I wouldn't have it any other way. So he says, I had things come up and was fully expecting to watch you on playback. Should have known you still blessing us with knowledge. Yeah, I didn't expect to be up here this long, but I never do. I always go in. I always tell my wife, oh, this tonight's show shouldn't be that long. And she just looks at me like this. She didn't even say anything anymore. We just laugh. So. Matthew Pennington, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Matthew Pennington, writes, how confident are you in our receiving core, 1 to 10? I think because of the unknown, I'd put it at a 6, trending towards a 7. And I think by the time I get to the end of the season, it could be as high as an 8. But right now, the only guy that I trust is Terry. Haven't seen Jahan in a Commander's uniform, or I should say burgundy and gold. Nobody's been in a Commander's uniform yet. Haven't seen Jahan perform at this level in the burgundy and gold. Haven't really seen Curtis Samuel at all in the burgundy and gold. Diami, it was a lot, man. I felt bad for him last year. Same with Jamin Davis, because more so with Jahan, because more so with Diami, because he was a 3rd round pick. Jamin was a 1st round pick. With great, response with that responsibility, you know, with that first round pick comes great responsibility. That's what I was trying to say. The old Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility. With being a first round pick comes great responsibility. And so I can't feel bad for a dude that gets, because you're getting a lot of money, you're getting a lot of expectations, and it's your job to try to live up to those. Everybody wants it, but until it comes, and then it's a lot. Diami wasn't put in that position. He was a third round pick. He shouldn't have been put in a position where he was our number 2 receiver. That's not why we drafted him. That's why Curtis Samuel was here. So for him to be thrusted into that spot and have that spotlight shined on him that early, didn't have the injury that he was dealing with, it wasn't ideal for him. So I'm looking for a bounce back year from him this year. But again, I don't know. I don't know. And then Cam Sims, he's like that guy that, he's reliable. I know what to expect from him, but at the end of the day, it's only so much I can ask of him. So I feel good about the group. I want to project high like a lot of you, but I always have to be the voice of reason. I can't allow myself to go too far, because if I go too far, then a lot of you go too far, and I don't want to be the reason that you go too far. And secondly, I just know better. So if you ask me talent wise, I feel at an 8, pushing 9. But if you ask me production wise, obviously I have nothing really to stand on other than Terry's production at this point. So I have to take a step back and really assess that situation and know that there could be another disappointing season from Curtis. That it's a possibility. Jahan could be in the same spot, that even though he's a much better talent, and I expect him to come in here and play ball right away. But there could be a lot of pressure on Jahan, and he could come in and be like, well, damn, this shit's a lot tougher than I thought. I don't expect that for the young man. Because of who he is, his mental makeup. He's like Terry. He's like a Terry clone, right? Like the DNA makeup, the demeanor, the way he carries himself, how he was raised, how he approaches the game. They drafted him because they see a lot of Terry in him, and they think they just drafted themselves another leader on the offensive side of the football, and another guy that's going to come in and give them the production that Terry's given them. So in that regard, I just can't see him failing if he's healthy. So I feel really good about those two. I feel like Diami learned a lot in his rookie season, and I think he'll be better. Curtis, if he's healthy, we know what he'll bring to the table. I feel good about this group, but I got to see it. So it's a 6, pushing 7. 7 probably turns to 8 after they do what I know they're capable of doing, and then we'll go from there. My guy, Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you as always. Big Money Sonny writes, "Now we love these marathons. Can't wait for Super Friends. I hope they already know." Appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you, Big Money Sonny. All of y'all out there that's been riding with me during this journey, and all of the things that we've been allowed to do here. A lot of it is because of what you guys do. So I really, truly do appreciate each and every single one of you guys out there. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Metaphor writes, "I often pray before I lay down by your sideline. With you receive my ball before I'm sacked. Could you make it through the game? Cherry-ish the plan we have." So we're going cool in the gang now. That's what we're doing. That's how we're doing it. Okay. All right. Let's see. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Fat American, trademark. Fat American writes, "What moment did you realize Snyder wasn't it?" I think it was immediately. Now, some people tried to spin it as, oh, he's young and he just wants to win and he's willing to go to great lengths to make it happen. But I the 99 team wasn't broken. He didn't need to come in and fix it in 2000. And I didn't mind him bringing in all these old ass over the hill veterans to try to put us over the top. Mark Carrier, Bruce Smith, Deion Sanders, Jeff George. I didn't mind bringing in all those dudes. What really pissed me off was trying to push Brad Johnson out and forcing Jeff George into the lineup. That's when I said, okay, that's not cool. That's sort of a red flag for me. And then I think the last straw that finally broke the camel's back for me was how he handled Marty Schottenheimer. And that let me know, okay. And it wasn't just him. None of the minority owners, he had taken away parking spaces, told them, that these aren't for you. These are for the players and personnel and staff and things of that nature. They weren't having fun because Marty was a no-nonsense dude. He wasn't for the shits. He was all about business and trying to find ways to win. And the one thing you can say, look, you talk about Marty Schottenheimer's playoff record all you want. One thing you can't say is Marty Schottenheimer didn't win regular season football games. Everywhere Marty went, winning followed. There was at least one 13-3 season in there for you somewhere with Marty Schottenheimer as your coach. Yeah, he was conservative. Yeah, he was a ground and pound coach. And yeah, when you got to the postseason, his butt got tight everywhere he went. But you knew in there, if you stuck with Marty long enough, there's going to be a 13-3 in there for you somewhere. It's like a Christmas gift under the tree. All right, at some point, you're going to get a 13-3, and he didn't allow Marty to do that for us. So I think it was at that point I was like, oh, shit. What have we gotten ourselves into? All right. Got another one here from Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny, writes, for me, it was the Schottenheimer when I knew Snyder wasn't it. Do you remember the name of the group he was a part of that originally bought the team? It got vetoed. Then Snyder put a team together. Yeah. I don't remember the name of the group, but I remember there were several different bids for the team. I think Joe Gibbs was a part of one of those bids. And then I know the Learners who own the Nationals, they were interested, but they weren't willing to go over a certain amount of money. They didn't think the team was worth, which I'm pretty sure they regret because of how much the team is worth now. But and then there was another group, and then Snyder and Drasner and all those guys ended up getting the team. And it was a mess it was really a mess from the word go. He came in, he didn't want Brad Johnson. That was, again, Brad Johnson was so good for us. And the first thing that he tried to do was get rid of Brad Johnson. So I could see right away that he was going to be a problem. So he tried to undo the Brad Johnson trade that got him here, but he couldn't do it. And he was insistent on Jeff George being in the lineup. And I could see the writing on the wall. But for me, there were enough people saying, well, he just wants to win. And I was like, all right, we'll see about that. And then the Schottenheimer thing happened. And that's when I was like, okay, this guy is a joke of an owner. But at that point, it wasn't no, it was nothing we could do about it. He was here and he was young. It wasn't like he was a 78-year-old curmudgeon. Dude was like 30-something years old, when he bought the team initially. So he wasn't going anywhere anytime soon. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Metaphor writes, so don't wait. Another year might be too long. I was waiting for the Jodeci, man. I didn't know if it was coming tonight or not. I was waiting for it. I was sitting on it like a dead red fastball. There it is. Anyway, that's gonna do it for me, your man Louie T. Damn near 5 hours in. Yikes. But I thank each and every single one of you out here for the support. Y'all know what it is. I am a Washington fan, etched in burgundy and gold. My Washington spirit will never die. Washington spirit will never fold until we meet again. Post up and take command. You guys have been awesome as always. Look forward to chopping it up with you guys next week. Keep your eyes open, okay? Ears to the street, because I got some heat coming your way down the pipeline that is sure to hit you right here. Right here. All right. So enjoy the weekend. I look forward to chopping it up with you guys next week. Anything happens, I'll be here, but nothing's going to happen. Trust me. Okay. We got our Terry deal done. There won't be another deal. Don't expect some random deal, Deron Payne or, Cole Holcomb or somebody to get a deal done. I don't think anything like that's going to happen. So I will see you guys next week. Same time. Earlier time. And I will have some others with me. And should be a lot of fun. Bart Scott. Can't wait. Until then, you guys take care. God bless. And good night.
Louie T Network.